You know, as much as I'd love to make a big deal of it and make it into an arc or a narrative or something, I was going to say day 2 of breaking in this leather jacket, but I'm going to be honest. Yesterday, the difference between the start and the end of the day, absolutely massive. It's already super comfy. Now I'm just wearing it because it's comfy. Didn't take long. Guess that's a testament to the material. What's up? Wear pink light. People in chat said they didn't like the pink light while I was wearing a leather jacket. And you know me, highly susceptible to peer pressure. If only I was more susceptible to remembering to clean my glasses. Oh, just give me a second. I can't see you. You like the new emotes? I put my heart and soul into them. Especially into the billions must smile. You know? I was very happy when the sun jack was balanced out by the mushroom house. You know, it created a compelling and complete composition. All right, we're back. Why close rather than open? To help break it in. You know what? You're right. It's pretty broken in. There we go. No, I cannot EMC to Buggy. Looking like Kim Jong-un's daughter in that jacket. Man, that's crazy. It's insane and genuinely depressing that you people are so unaccustomed to the wide range of clothing available to us all that you think of just her wearing a leather trench coat, like totally different item, united only in the material. This would be like me wearing a cotton jacket and you being like, you know what this reminds me of? Any other cotton jacket. Oh my god, I want the leather trench coat. Do you want to look like you're from the Matrix? Yes? Okay, well, you know. Just got on progesterone, but I found out the type that my endo gave me is the fake bullshit one that does nothing. No! Dude, endos fucking hate trans women. It's crazy. What was I love trans women, but I would never ever 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 advocate for DIY estrogen. Got prescribed 0.001 mg you know, Prague Award or whatever. Why does the daughter's jacket look 500 times better than her dad's? They're both very similar items. It's just the angle. It's also the fact that she's a slim woman and he's a fat man. I like their items are basically the same. What's the fake Prague? What? I don't know. I'm not trans. You should ask like a trans person or something. He should fix that. I do think it is a little bit bad optics-wise for Kim Jong-un to be the only fat guy in North Korea. That's pretty bad, right? Like the main thing everyone knows your country for is the famine. And you're the one fat guy. I've never seen another fat North Korean. You get on you need yeah. I know you're opposed to the insidious creep of Western influence, but you need to get on some fucking Ozempic, all right? Vosh, I don't know what you're talking about. I hope I'm not in fake prog. Go find one of the subreddits that talks about this or something. I'm not an expert, okay? I'm sure what you're doing is fine. It's just it is known that there are some hormone doctors who will give very weak prescriptions because they don't really believe in this bullshit. Like, think of it from the perspective of those endocrinologists, right? You like a lot of them, their whole life, their whole career, they've been dealing with cisgender people who have like hormone imbalances. Oh, cis guy, cis woman, have this, have that. And then all of a sudden, these goddamn transgenders show up and they're like, actually, I want to just become a woman. Can you give me the chemicals that make me a woman? And the endos are like, they have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. They know theoretically, like, you can create, like, sex hormones create differences in the body, but, like, that's not, they don't even believe that shit, man. Yeah, mine started me off with a hondos. Don't, you don't have to use that language. It's okay. Hate it when they hit me with the fucking giga hondos. My endo's actually prescribing me testosterone. Brand of the leather jacket. These were probably made by like the North Korean military. No, yours. Imogene and Willie, but they don't make them anymore. It was a short-term uh, um, collaboration between them and Chai NYC. Okay. Did you sleep with your new jacket? Dude, I'm just going to say one more time. I wore it all day yesterday, and it's crazy comfy now. It took like no time at all, dude. It's like the comfiest fucking, it's the comfiest jacket in the world now. Did you sleep in it? No, I have a partner. I don't want to. When I went to Portland, I went to Self Edge for the first time. It still looks like a size too small. That's because you're used to contemporary jackets. I promise you, this is exactly how it's meant to fit. Um, when I went to Portland with my partner and I went to Self Edge for the first time and I got like a heavy 14-ounce denim jacket, I was laying in bed with it to like stretch it out. And my partner was giving me so much shit because they wanted to roll over and hug me. And they hugged this like armored shell of like a fucking sea creature, you know, because I was fully fucking buttoned up in the heavy double thick denim jacket, you know. So no, I don't wear this to bed. I have to like cuddle my partner and stuff, you know. Can you work out in a sauna with it? Please do not expose your leather jackets to heat and moisture at the same time. You really don't want to do that. How are you not sweating your balls off wearing a leather jacket? Maybe it's different in Seattle, but here in LA, it's been 90 plus for like the past week. Well, I have good news for you. It's not 90 degrees here in Seattle. It was hailing 2 days ago. So, you know. Also AC. I don't use that. Do you know any brand for affordable leather suit blazers? Leather suit blazers that aren't slim, but more of it. Leather suit affordable? The only brands that I know of that make leather blazers start at 2,500. You're better. You're gonna want to like start looking on eBay for this stuff. I think. Um, can you flex in it? Yeah. Oh, hit my mic. Leather blazer. It's like a 90s mob thing. That's what I associate it with anyway. Is 2,500 not considered affordable for a coat that lasts a lifetime? I'm not gonna tell my okay, I'm not gonna tell my chat $2,500 is affordable for a leather blazer. Most people don't even wear blazers anymore. Most people don't even wear leather. Most of the people watching this have never worn a leather garment. They've worn like pleather, like fake leather. I don't even wear clothes. Yeah. Yeah. How many cows died for that jacket? I mean, ideally one. Actually, no, zero. People get all up in arms about like cruelty to animals, the leather industry, for the most part, is not cruel to animals because it's a byproduct of the meat industry. If we got rid of the meat industry completely, then the leather industry would be cool. Or sorry, cruel. It'd still be cool. It's already cool, but it would be cruel. Because you'd be killing cows for the hide. But right now, the cows are being killed for the meat. The hide is just using the whole animal. Like if it's a waste that we don't make the leather, honestly. I mean, there are problems with the tanning process, but still. Yeah. Don't we have a huge surplus of leather? Well, we have a huge surplus of hides, not of leather. It takes a while to make leather. But yeah, no. The leather industry on its own is just not cruel. And you can make garments that'll last 100 years. Yeah, plastic leather is a fake bullshit. Like the fake, you know, synthetic leather or whatever. Worse for the environment. Cheaper, but it's shit. So, I mean, you do what you can. I don't know, that sounds like sophistic rhetoric to me. I don't really think so. Like, right now, if everyone was like, I'm going to boycott leather, no more leather products, all that would do is mean that all the hides from the cows go to waste while we kill the same number of them for the meat industry. You know? Like, only a tiny percentage of the cows we slaughter for meat get turned to leather. As long as we have a meat industry, you know, I think that we might as well... With how many animals we kill en masse, you'd expect leather to be cheaper. It's because making leather is expensive. It's not the hide. The hide is easy to get. Making it into high-quality leather is harder. Yeah, but the tanning chemicals are still bad. That is true. That is true. Depending on the tanning process can be bad for the environment. There are better and worse ways of doing it. That is true. Brain tanning is so easy. I love getting my brain tanned. I love getting brain, tanned. All right. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Move it along. How does the leather turn black? Die. Sorry, wait. That wasn't a command. That was an answer. Like die with a Y. So just to be clear, I wasn't recommending any life path for you. Or I guess end of path. All right. Too late. Instructions extremely clear. It's over.
We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn.
I think they're disclosing this to the public for the first time. Like, I think they're just straight up doxing this guy's medical info because Trump wanted to talk about it.
Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work, and if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay.
He's like a fucking child. Oh my god. You are what you eat.
That's it was grim.
Oh my god. Trump has been losing his fucking mind over the past 24 hours. He's been actually it's actually so I don't even know where to start. Do I start with True Social? Trump hit a record the other day. Okay, are you ready for it? This isn't I don't think I can read all this because it's such a bad way to start off the stream, like engagement-wise. You know how they say brevity is the soul of wit? Getting off Twitter really killed this man's humor, appeal. Just, Jesus Christ. And how does it open? The courts treat Republicans and me so unfairly. That's basically the tone of the whole thing. What was the record? I think this is the longest Truth Social post yet from him. I think that, like, by a mile, too. It's not interesting. I read it. I read it when I woke up. It's not... He's just whining. He's just whining. It's not... He's not... Yeah, it's just whining. Get a chat GPT summary. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. Okay. We don't have to do this. It's fine. There's a lot of other stuff. Late last night, I don't know, they put something in his coffee. Also, I guess Susie Wiles has breast cancer? So, okay. I mean, good, I guess. Just he's on a roll with disclosing medical information. Was this also something that like this was the first public acknowledgement? The HIPAA president? Yeah. Yes, he did this too, also. He's on a fucking roll. You have to keep everything... Again, and I can't stress this enough, this is why most conspiracies are stupid. Because he would have mentioned it already. There is nothing... that, like, people who say that Trump faked his own assassination attempt, this is the one hurdle that I can't get over. If he had faked it, he would have said so already. That's this... Unless it would happen without his knowledge. I mean, I guess that's an angle to it. But if he was aware of it, he would have said so already. Anyway, let's just, let's get into it then, I suppose. Trump demands death penalty for reporters in unhinged war rant. Thank you, the Daily Beast.
Sir, you mentioned that Iran wants to make a deal. However, earlier today, we heard their foreign minister say they never said they wanted to make a deal, but they'll do whatever they can to prevent Iran.
What they tell you and what they tell the public. You know, I just put out a truth about their disinformation. I assume most of you saw it. And they use AI. They said they attacked the USS Abraham Lincoln, one of the largest ships in the world, an aircraft carrier. And they show pictures of it burning. It was never attacked. It was never burning. The Wall Street Journal put out a false story that 5 of our big, beautiful tankers that we feed the planes with, they give the planes the gas, jet fuel, hundreds of thousands of gallons of gasoline, that they were all essentially destroyed. They weren't destroyed at all. In fact, 4 of them were not even, I mean, literally were not damaged. And 1 of them has slight damage and will be back in the air soon. But if you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they were totally decimated and destroyed, like Iran has been. So they put out phony stories. The kamikaze boats. The kamikaze boats don't exist. They're fake. And you can almost see that when you look at them. It looks great, yeah. Because if they did exist, we'd hit them just like we hit other boats all over the place. But they don't exist. In fact, some of the people say, where are the boats? How come nobody's seen the boats? You know why? Because it's AI generated. It's fake. And I found, I didn't realize this before we started, but Iran is known for a lot of fake news, and they deal with our fake news. And I actually think it's pretty criminal because our media companies, who have no credibility whatsoever.
The war is melting his brain. It's actually funnier. Oh God, there's so much stuff from the press conference and from the entire talk from Air Force One, and also from the stuff today. Basically, Trump truthed out this. Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation, public relations. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative. Also, every accusation is a confession. The country that is known for having a disproportionately active and aggressive propaganda base is Israel. That's the country in the region. It's not Iran. Iranian disinformation is like the Mossad's on a whole other level. Now AI has become another disinformation weapon Iran uses. Phony kamikaze boats. Blah 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 blah. Fake news generated by AI. The story was knowingly fake. In a certain way, you can say those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason for the dissemination of false information. The fact is Iran is being decimated, and so we've gone from Brendan Carr, head of the FCC, threatening to revoke the licenses of news companies that cover the war negatively, and now we're reaching the it is actually it's funny because this is, I mean, they are doing this over in the United Arab Emirates, right? Like, people are being arrested and kept in jail for posting about the fact that they're getting shelled by Iran, because the Dubai housing market is down like 33% since the war started, because people in Dubai don't want to be reminded that they're across the Gulf from a country that could bomb them if they wanted to. So now we've reached the, well, everyone who covers it negatively is treason. Hey, Ben. The radical left-wing press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. This is why their approval rating is so low, and I can win a presidential election in a landslide, getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. The problem with, like, this big fascist takeover, the problem with this big fascist takeover that the Republican Party has attempted is that eventually you have to shift from I am the biggest, wettest baby in the world, everyone is against me, into we are winning, we are crushing. And with Trump, it's not really possible because he's the whiniest bitch on earth. He is the most whiny human being alive. You never really get this shift into, like, here's our big national narrative, here's the, like, overwhelming consensus, the will of the people, etc., etc. Eventually, you have to appeal to the will of the people, and he tries to, landslide victory, etc., etc. But, like, the media can't be your enemy forever, right? Hitler can't be posting about how the media is his enemy in 1942. You can't be talking about how the media is Jewish in, like, 43. You can't, like, eventually you have to shift your perspective a little bit, just a little bit, Bahrain prosecutors seeking death penalty for citizens accused of exposing U.S. lies in Iranian drone. Holy shit. Bahrain. I hope these countries all get fucking liquidated by Iran. Won't happen, but it would be nice. Authorities frame the case as high betrayal amid escalating tensions with Iran. Prosecutors in Bahrain are pursuing the death penalty for defendants accused of photographing areas where photography is prohibited following a strike that damaged a residential neighborhood and injured dozens of civilians. I love this too because, like, again, these Gulf state these pedophile Gulf state oil barons have been selling themselves as, like, bastions of wealth and prosperity to Western tourists and, like sex tourists or just, like, wealthy, tasteless people. But it is nice to get a reminder now and again, like, oh, it turns out that there are consequences to residing in a country that is an absolute dictatorship ruled by Islamic theocrats. That's actually not like a good political system. That's actually bad. And every once in a while, you get a reminder. I'm thrilled to see Brendan Carr, chairman of the FCC, looking at licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. Not going to happen. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves, and they use it to perpetuate lies, both in news and almost all their shows, including the late-night morons who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings, and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to this matter. While the death penalty is extreme and wrong, it's a pretty common war measure. It's a common war measure for things like treason or undermining the troops. In this case, the death penalty is being applied for acknowledging that Iran has bombed their country. Same thing that the UAE is doing. Like, the total difference, Ukrainian civilians aren't getting arrested for pointing out that Kiev was drone struck. That's, like, normal. They talk about it, You can acknowledge it. The death penalty is usually only invoked, for, like, actual treason. Like, for instance, if there were Ukrainians who were providing troop movement intel to Russians, like, yeah, that might get them to chop. I imagine. I think it'd be fair. It's kind of a, wartime measure, I guess. Bahrain's the weak link 'cause the royal family is Sunni and the majority of the public are Shia. Shia are essentially second-class citizens. They're worthy to lose the power. I mean, the best case scenario from all of this is that we get a kind of like Arab Spring-esque uprising in the Gulf states where Iran's successful show of resistance against Western imperialism inspires some of the local population to take measures against. It's not going to happen in like the UAE, unfortunately, I guess. I don't know. Bahrain might be the only country that's really possible in. I don't know if it can happen in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if it can happen in the UAE. I don't really know. I don't know. Anyway, Trump calling this treason is obviously a call for the death penalty. It's not the first time that Trump has called for the death penalty. He's called for the execution of multiple Democratic politicians. He loves doing that stuff, you know? Very normal stuff, by the way. Second atheist movement win? Well, like, it sounds weird, but Islamic extremism just isn't really high up on the big totem pole. I would put it pretty low in terms of threat to the world. Christian evangelicism, number one, uncontested. And then its partner, Jewish Zionism, because they're working hand in hand towards the same apocalypse, basically. Like, those are clearly... And I would say the third one's probably Hindu nationalism. I like, just based on what's been going on in India and the extent to which it's been used to suppress like the development of the region. And then like shortly after that, I'd say Islamic extremism. Not really, doesn't really have much of an effect on America though, Islamic extremism. It's like the greatest threat to the toddler is the hot stove, right? Like you have to go over and touch it. The stove's not coming over to you. What about Russia? We're talking about religious extremism. Plenty of people have been charged with treason, not gotten the death penalty. Vosh, you're letting your hatred of Trump turn you into reactionary? What the fuck are you... For one, that's not what reactionary means. For two, when Trump says that people have committed treason, that's him talking about the death penalty. If you want evidence to that point, go look at previous times he's talked about people committing treason. Also, that's not what reactionary means. It's important for me to double up on that point, you know? It's not good. Christian doomsday extremism is insane. I grew up in rural Mississippi. Most of the Christians I met believed in it. Yeah, it's just, I should have talked about it more over the years. I guess it just didn't really occur to me that a lot of people, even in America, don't understand that a significant percentage of American Christians believe that the rapture is coming soon, and it's their job to hasten it. Well, at any rate. One second. Trump calls journalists traitors for reporting on Iran war. Why is it such a thing in American Christianity compared to the rest of the West? Ask you as a non-American. Well, my belief is that American Christian extremism developed in tandem with slavery, white supremacy, the American expansionism, manifest destiny stuff, and also specifically in the past century, capitalism. America is the center of global financial capitalism, and it seems like most of these hyper-reactionary evangelicals were kind of groomed into it as part of a process to lull them into the culture war so they don't mind living in the wealthiest country in the world but not having health care. I think the thing that kind of protected most of Europe from it, at least the Catholics, is that, for one, their Catholicism has millennia of like precedent and tradition to it. It's tough for capital to disrupt that. Capital manifests as a cultural force, but like the Vatican is pretty culturally influential. And the Vatican is not like an agent of capital. There's a union there, to be sure, but it's not one-to-one. So capital kind of has to overwhelm the cultural influence of Catholicism to an extent, and that's really tough to do. Whereas in America, American evangelicism, this is like a very new, like extremely easy to take advantage of. You're very far from the Vatican. You can basically like craft your own version of Christianity. The Europe is not affected by this rhetoric is BS. Please listen to the words I'm saying instead of the words that you're hearing in your head. Europe does not have this giant like constituency of evangelical Protestants. That is who we're talking about here. Catholics don't believe in the like rapture happening in 20 years. That's not, I mean, I'm sure maybe a couple do, but that's not like a feature of the religion. Whereas for the evangelicals, it is the main thing they believe. They all act and live as though the world is ending in their lifetime. Very different. Catholics don't tend to act like that. I'm sure there are some. I know I'm painting with a broad brush, like a billion people here. Are megachurches evangelical? Almost all of them are, yeah. Basically, every megachurch is evangelical. The prosperity gospel churches, all the like crazy, like Kenneth Copeland, all the like crazy American pastors who look like the devil, they're all evangelical, yeah. Thank God for that, gay fish. That guy actually unsettles me? Yeah, it should. From YouTube chat, I'm an ex-evangelical. Please do not doubt how far these lunatics will go to prove their zealous fervor, literal death cult. Yep. Catholics have Judgment Day, which is just as fucked. Nah, the Catholic understanding of Judgment Day is this abstract, distant thing. It's like Ragnarok for the pagans, or it's like every religion has their own end of time scenario, right? It's a pretty common thing. For the evangelicals, they think they are making it happen. They think there's a set of conditions that need to be fulfilled, and we're like right there, and it's about to, like, these are people who don't care about long-term tax policy because they don't think the world will exist in 10 years. Like, it's impossible to overstate how anti-civilization these people are. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to make decisions. They need to be re-educated. Hegseth's pastor also said he wants to outlaw public masses. Ha! Hegseth's pastor wants to ban Catholic processions in America. So much for the fucking Protestant Tradcath Union. Yeah, good luck with that. He preached at the Pentagon last month and the DoD defended it. So much for the Catholics. They're better people, Masaigo. Is this like the Red Heifer stuff? Yes, it is. Yeah, that's where that comes from. Interesting take by his pastor. Yeah, this sounds about right.
Are themselves on the verge of becoming friends of pedophiles. Right. And this is the thing. They're going to be 5 years from now friends of pedophiles as pedophiles. I'm a friend of pedophiles as a preacher of the gospel that will bring them out of that grotesque sin. Right. So I'm a friend to pedophiles because Christ was a friend to sinners. Right. But
I wonder if he feels that way about literally any other group of sinners. Like, really think about it, okay? This guy wants to ban Catholic Mass. The only reason we think of the Catholic Church as like the pedophile haven of Christianity is because there's no central organization for evangelicals to look into, okay? This is like a one-to-one thing, all right? If you Google Christian priest pedophile into Google and search like results last 24 hours, I guarantee you in the last 24 hours, some evangelical priest somewhere in America has been arrested, okay? Fork found in kitchen. Fork found in fucking fork factory. Fork found in the fork zone, the innate domain that I conjure, where everything is forks. How many pedophiles do you know? I'm not friends with the evangelicals. Well, while we're talking about religious extremists,
we've got to start doing things differently. And the same goes here in Israel. This means that the problem won't be solved by yet another new Knesset task force. It won't be solved by the government just throwing money at the problem. It won't be solved by the IDF spokesperson's unit issuing updated talking points or suddenly using TikTok. Like us in America, you need to adopt new strategies, to experiment with creative tactics, to study the results and scale what works. Maybe it's a whole new IDF unit, call it 8300, to lead this fight. But we need the kind of genius that manufactured Apollo gold pagers and infiltrated Hezbollah for over a decade to prepare for this battle. We need.
Anyone else think it's kind of weird in the first place that the head of the ADL would have such close ties to Israel? I don't know. Just seems kind of odd to me, considering that it's an American-based civil rights organization. And, like, leaving aside the fact that Israel is not even remotely concerned with civil rights as, like, a national project. Just, I don't know. Just seems kind of odd. I don't typically see that heads of, like, secular American progressive organizations have close ties to foreign governments. It's not usually something that that happens.
The kind of courage that executed Operation Deep Layer inside Syria and destroyed Iranian missile manufacturing capabilities to undertake this mission. This is the kind of ingenuity and inventiveness that have always been a hallmark of the State of Israel, that have always been a characteristic of the Jewish people. I know we can do it.
I think it's kind of weird too. I don't know. I guess I haven't seen many people give speeches where they're like, the best way to combat the social force that we dislike is to employ tactics comparable to the mass terrorist attack that we engaged in Lebanon when we blew up a bunch of Pazers that killed civilians and maybe a couple members of Hezbollah. And then followed up with, like, I believe in the ingenuity of blank ethnic group. I don't know. I believe in the ingenuity of white people. That's kind of a weird thing to say, right? I wouldn't say it. For one, I don't. And for two, I don't know. What is this? Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, the Third Temple speech from Hegseth from a couple years ago.
And today, Jennifer and I and others had a chance to go see the Western Wall of the Temple Mount, the Western Wall tunnels, so much of the old city. And as you stand there, you can't help but behold the miracle before you. And it got me thinking about another miracle that I hope all of you don't see too far away. Because 1917 was a miracle. 1948 was a miracle.
When was this? 2018, 2019, something like that?
1967 was a miracle. 2017, the declaration of Jerusalem as the capital was a miracle. And there's no reason why the miracle of the reestablishment of the temple on the Temple Mount is not possible.
This is one of, I know I've talked about this before, but it's super important. This is one of the evangelical doomsday like precursors. The reconstruction of the Third Temple on the Temple Mount.
I don't know how it would happen. You don't know how it would happen, but I know that it could happen. That's all I know. And a step in that process, a step in every process, is the recognition that facts and activities on the ground truly matter. And that's why going and visiting Judea and Samaria, understanding that sovereignty, the very sovereignty of Israeli soil, Israeli cities, locations, is a critical next step to showing the world that this is the land for Jews and the land of Israel. And I believe, as was mentioned, he said you need to, what was mentioned is you need to buy the ticket. Don't just wish for 40 years to win the lottery, buy the ticket. I would submit to you, in light of the support you have in Washington, D.C., the support you have amongst patriotic Americans, amongst evangelical Christians, amongst believers, amongst Republicans, even amongst some Democrats who can barely say it anymore in Washington.
I appreciate how honest he's being. Kind of shows the problem off a little bit, you know? Like the bulwark of interest that we're up against here. This guy, you know, now the Secretary of Defense. Jesus Christ, this is insane. Yeah, the idea, I think, is that the end times goal, I think, is that you destroy the Temple of the Rock and the mosque, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, or whatever it's called, and then you rebuild the third temple there, and then you sacrifice the red heifer there, and then that's like the go ahead to Jesus Christ that he can nuke the earth or something. The red what? It's like the is it heifer? Not heifer? Okay, heifer. Gotcha. Sorry, I don't know. It's cow, like a cow. It's like a sacrifice. It's a blood sacrifice on the reconstructed Jewish temple. Yeah, it's a thing.
Washington, buy the ticket.
Female cow.
Take your action. Do what needs to be done here in Israel, because I truly believe this is a moment where America will have...
Where do you guys learn this stuff? There's like 50 million Americans who believe in this and would kill you with their bare hands if they thought it brought them 1% closer to it happening.
You're back. You have Donald Trump in the White House. You have Mike Pence as vice president. You have Nikki Haley at the UN. You have true believers in Israel and America that have your back.
Cool. What do we do with these people? They have to be totally politically disempowered, obviously. You can't participate in society if you think that we're right on the edge of an apocalypse and it's your job to make the apocalypse happen. If your ideology is we want to make the world end, I'm really sorry, but you can't vote. It's not... I think that's really fair, guys. I think that's really fair. You know what? I think the Founding Fathers would agree with me. The Founding Fathers were so concerned about people only voting if they knew what the fuck they were doing that they only gave that power to land-owning white males. If I was like... What about people who want to end the world? Like they have a belief system where they want to end the world. I think they would probably be like, yeah, those guys probably shouldn't vote too. You know? I think I'm okay with that, in my opinion. They're akin to Islamic terrorists, but with more power. Yeah, like 50 billion times as much. They're like double ISIS. They're like ISIS, but worse. They're objectively, ISIS didn't want to end the world. They're worse than ISIS. And also they have nukes, like most of the nukes on Earth. They control most of the nukes. Can we please aspire to being better than the Founding Fathers? Okay, fine. Evangelicals can't vote. Also, landowning white males can't vote. Only non-white people and rentiers can vote. How about that? That's fine, right? Read the leather jacket, super nice. Why is leather acceptable if the hair is removed, but a person wearing a fur coat deserves ridicule and paint thrown at them? Interesting question, and there's a real answer. Because leather is overwhelmingly made with cowhide, which is a byproduct of the meat industry. No extra cows need to be killed to make cow leather. It's just using the hide from the cows that are killed. But fur clothing is usually made with like fox or mink fur. New animals have to be hunted and killed, often illegally, to obtain that. You can find like horsehair or cow hair clothing that has the fur, but it's considered like a very niche thing. And most people don't really have a problem with it because, again, it's like a byproduct. You're just using the whole animal that gets slaughtered for meat. But yeah, fur clothes typically are made with animals that would not otherwise be killed, you know? There are plenty of mink farms. Yeah, but those minks are being killed for the fur. Wool is fur clothing? Yeah, but it's fur shorn from sheep. It's not the hide. There's nothing really wrong with making wool. Like, the sheep want to be sheared, you know? It's like a haircut for them. Feels good. Yeah. Well, anyway. What's this last? I guess we're doing like a little mini tangent on the end of the world. What is this? Somebody linked this. I don't know if this is related. I think, so Josh Shapiro is triangulating his position a little bit. He's saying that Israel's an apartheid state. I saw a tweet about that.
That then leads to a broader question. You mentioned apartheid, right? Or that was the comment that was made. And I would just say, as we engage in that, we should
audio clips.
first address this fundamental question of what do we want in that region? And if we really want peace, and I believe you want that, then we've also got to be...
Don't trust this guy. He's an mega Zionist. Obviously, he worked for the IDF. Oh, I would never trust Josh Shapiro no matter what he did or said for the rest of his life. Yeah, he's been like anti-BDS. He is a hardline Zionist. He did not arrive at his position on Zionism because he like was told by consultants to. He ideologically believes in the project, which means either that he is a fascist or an ethnic supremacist for Jewish people. And usually they're both. Like those concepts tend to overlap from his perspective.
Acknowledging that language matters here, that words matter, and that we've got to use words that are actually rooted in reality and are able to bring the temperature down to create a space for that peace, for that opportunity. And so that's how I view this entire conflict. I would also say that it is really important that we create space, which you do, for dialogue that is thoughtful and dialogue that's rooted in reality.
He's saying a whole lot of fucking nothing right here.
And dialogue where we're precise with our words, where we're able to acknowledge there's a lot of nuance on these issues and we should debate them. And just because people have different opinions doesn't make them a bad person. And just because someone doesn't agree with the Netanyahu government, which I don't on many, many things, doesn't make him an anti-Semite. Just because I disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't make me an anti-Semite, in as much as because I disagree with Donald Trump doesn't make me any less of an American patriot. So I just think we've got to be really thoughtful and careful and not just look for buzzwords and not just...
See, he's literally said nothing this entire time. Like, it's kind of a crazy talent. I don't know if I could do it.
Sort of follow, what's going to get maybe some likes on Twitter, but we've got to be thoughtful about a debate that is really, really hard to have, and we've got to have it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's this like nothing. He says that you should never, ever, 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 ever trust him. He's been a hardline Zionist since day one. Really, really committed to it. That's fucking true. I didn't think about it this way. I didn't before, but now I do. Never wanted a bomber jacket till I saw one in Cillian Murphy. You've never wanted a bomber jacket before? Even though they're fucking dope? That looks really good. Yeah. Cillian Murphy is a very stylish guy. Looks good. Mid? Really? Mid? How old is he? I don't know. Like, I have no idea. That looks like shit. I'm sorry. Really? I don't know. I don't... Cillian Murphy, not Cillian. Okay, Cillian, right? He's Irish, yeah. He looks Irish, too. Sometimes, like, when people say my leather jacket is too tight, I think a lot of you guys are just used to swimming in your clothes. A little bit. Like, you've gotten used to wearing gigantic, wide-leg sweatpants and then, like, massive, oversized jackets. So when you see something that's more traditionally shaped, you're like, oh, it looks like weird and confining. I think it looks pretty comfy, personally. Whatever, doesn't matter. Not what we're talking about. How do I title this? Doomsday cult shit type shit. Nice. Is that bomber jacket style good for fatter people? I don't really think there are styles that are good for or worse for fatter people. I think that you should just look into clothes and decide how you want to look and then try to find clothes that best complement your shape. NVIDIA's replacing game visuals with shitty generative AI. Is this like the frame interpolation thing or the resolution upscaling? It's DLSS? Okay, I know about DLSS. Okay, it's just a resolution upscaling thing, I think. Wait, is it? Wait, wait, hold on. 4K. Ew, that's not upscale. This is like texture upscaling. Yeah, no, this isn't Yeah, it's changing the art. It's a Gen AI filter. Yeah, well, fuck the art direction of the game designers, I guess. Let's make everything wrinkly and glossy or whatever. Make everything look like a Hearthstone card. Gee, oh my God. Okay, maybe this is fitting, because for years and years now, hardware developers have been working miracles, making every generation of computer technology better and faster, and software developers have been engaged in the equally miraculous task of negating all of those hardware gains by making their stuff increasingly inefficient and poorly optimized. So now maybe that we're entering an era where the hardware developers are making stupid bullshit. The software developers are going to lock the fuck in, and they're going to do whatever the fuck the Balatro devs did to make that shit run so smoothly on my phone. You guys played Balatro on the phone, by the way? It runs like perfectly. And I just have an iPhone 14, which isn't super old, but it's not super new either. Runs perfectly. How much battery does it take? It's just not that much. They just optimize the fuck out of it. Isn't it just a card game? Do you know how poorly optimized most games are these days? Games that, if they were just like resolution downscaled, could have run on a fucking SNES are now taking up 30% of your fucking VRAM when played on your new built PC. Modern games are hideously optimized because everyone just opens up Unreal 5, slaps the fucking assets down, and then just runs with it, okay? Most games that you've played could have... What was that game that the devs put out an update that reduced the overall size of the game by like 60% and also made it run better? Helldivers 2, yeah. It's crazy how bad software developers are at optimizing games, because why would they? And I maintain my conspiracy theory, which isn't even a conspiracy theory because it's been proven true, that developers will often, like AAA developers, not random indie developers, will deliberately de-optimize their games because they have deals. And they want NVIDIA to be able to say, like, get the fucking 5090 for the performance benchmark that you'll need to play shitfuck 8. Rise of the dipshit. And then they get to like shake hands and everyone buys new, tech. Awful. Just awful. Oh my, it genuinely looks so bad. Hold on. This looks like a video game. This looks like a video game. This looks like an AI generated meme where two people are like, they're like waking you up after you arrive in Skyrim. This looks like somebody doing a bit. All right, that's enough. We're doing politics today. Yeah, China needs to invade Taiwan now, so we no longer have even the future prospect of the the chips that we would need to do this. We need to stop hardware developers now, all right? And if China taking Taiwan is the only way to do that, President Xi, fire when ready. Cuba's energy grid collapsed. Yeah, I saw this. Pretty rough. Island-wide blackout. It's only a matter of time. After the unbelievable failure in Iran, it's only a matter of time before the Trump administration tries to take an easy win by, doing a couple of performative bombing runs over, Havana, and then run with it. Ilhan Omar endorsed Kat today, at least. Didn't Ilhan Omar... Okay, she did? I'm happy to hear that. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Gotcha. Yeah, I misspoke. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Ilhan Amore. Is there any future in which we get put in our fucking place, Christ? I mean, things are going really badly in Iran, dude, for us. Really, 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 really badly. Like, more badly than you think they are for us. For one, right now, Brent futures are hovering around like 100, 105. Physical prices are like $40 above that. So the speculative market, which is delusional and kept up by retards, is betting on oil hovering around here, and it's still way too high at 100. But it seems like it's going to go quite a bit up from there at the actual, like, physical, in the physical markets. Trump has no idea what he's doing.
Look what happened. In the last 2 weeks, they weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked.
Phenomenal stuff, really. Just nothing, securing international confidence. Yeah, I saw Trump begged for assistance from like every other country in the world to please help open the Strait of Hormuz, and everyone said no, obviously. He even begged China. Super, super cool. It's going very badly for us right now. There's a bunch of stuff that I want to take a look at from Trump's recent press conferences and conversations with reporters, if I may. Oh, that is not the video I was trying to pull up.
So we have a lot of things to talk about, but there's not much I can say to you about them. So one of those little problems in life. We had some very good results today, as you probably heard, in Iran. Very strong results militarily.
I don't know if I can deal with this audio right now. We might return to this one. Let's go to here for now. This is just from an hour or so ago.
We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the strait for blood. I mean, you know, these people literally need it. 95%.
Oh, here's the woman who, for some fucking reason, a couple hours ago, he disclosed the private information of her breast cancer.
Their energy or their oil comes out of the strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great. We're #1 in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill.
#1 in oil by double.
Any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple any other nation, and that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well, but we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places for to the refineries. We have refineries set up specifically for that. And it's been a great relationship, and more and more is happening. It's a tremendous oil source, and we're stepping it up.
Like the U.S. has the most advanced intel in the world, you would believe that the dark aspect, the feds didn't do everything in their power to prevent Trump from making the decision. Well, this is why I think it's so, and this is like, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, I guess, in the context of some liberal conversations that I've had. You need the material analysis, you need the historical materialism. What you have to understand is that we are now in a time in history that is utterly unique, because up until the Second World War, the powerful economic forces within a country or a kingdom benefited from the strength of that kingdom. In almost all cases in the developed world, or whatever, you know, the medieval Europe or whatever else, like if there was a mercantile corporation or a company or just a wealthy individual and they resided in a country, they benefited from that country being powerful because it improved the economic prospects. It raised the ceiling for them. But now that is not the case. And as a consequence, a lot of things are falling apart. You know, we are the wealthiest country in the world, but things are getting noticeably shittier every year. And somehow we're running out of money too.
Rapidly, the big companies are going in, and they will actually, numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now.
He's still begging for people to come and help. Hold on. What are, let me, I feel like I've run it through these out of order. These clips from about 16 hours ago, from yesterday. It's going very well. It's going very, very well. Same clip. Quiet, Piggy.
Like, as an example, in many cases, they're NATO countries. We're always there for NATO. We're helping them with Ukraine. As many, it's got a notion in between us. Doesn't affect us, but we've helped them. It'd be interesting to see what country wouldn't help us with a very small endeavor.
It's going to be so fun to read these speeches written in text and history books. I have a bit of a black pill for you guys. The myth of the competent American presidency is important to the powers that be. They're going to continue to sane wash him even after his death, even in history books 100, 200 years from now, unless the people in charge of society change. No one, because if you look back on this in a historical context, it's very obvious who the bad guys are. The people who print the textbooks are not going to want everyone to reflect on that fact. They will sane wash him.
Which is just keeping the Strait open. That, by comparison, it's small because Iran has very little firepower left.
What are the history books saying about Biden? I don't think they are yet. Oh wow, Dubai crude is over $150 per barrel. Doesn't necessarily mean that's going to transfer on to, like that's going to be the price that everyone else ends up paying physically. But goddamn. We'll see how long it takes for the physical price to catch up. Time to buy a bicycle? It was always time to buy a bicycle. Always with the damn audio.
So the president looks forward to meeting with President Xi in China. This is a trip I know he's long been looking forward to, and I know President Xi has been looking forward to welcoming President Trump. As for the dates, as you heard from the president last night, there's a possibility the trip could be delayed. We'll keep you posted on that, but these are leader-to-leader conversations that are happening, so as soon as we have an update, we'll provide the new dates.
Caroline, President Trump says that other countries should now step up to safeguard ships in the Straits of Hormuz. Why should other countries that weren't consulted about this war, that aren't involved in this war, now put their troops in harm's way in the Strait of Hormuz?
Because these other countries are benefiting greatly from the United States military taking out the threat of Iran. The rogue Iranian regime has long not just posed a threat to the United States of America, but of course to our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. As you see, I believe Iran has struck more than 300 civilian targets in the Gulf region. If you think about Europe,
doesn't seem like they're benefiting. Yeah, it is pretty exceptional that even the like cucked vassal states to America, like the UK or Greece or whatever, they've all said no. I guess there are consequences to bad diplomacy after all. It's pretty embarrassing. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's ever been any administration or any regime in history as shameless as this one. I'm trying to think of what rivals like global superpower deliberately starts needless war in the Middle East for no reason, and then says that they've won, but then also begs everyone else in the world to help them. I can't. Mesopotamia, you'd have to go back pretty far. The Nazis did not do this. Russia also did not do this. Can you think of something this transparent? Literally like a 1 week gap between declaring victory and help China, please. China, please. We are unironically making Russia look competent.
Their ballistic missile capability that the United States military is currently wiping out was a direct and imminent threat to our European allies as well as our bases in the region, which is why President Trump took this action in the first place. So these countries are absolutely benefiting from ensuring that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is something not just the United States, but the entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So I think the president is absolutely right to call on these countries to do more, to help the United States to reopen the Strait of Hormuz so that we can stop this terrorist regime from restricting the free flow of energy. And the fact that they are doing so just underscores why President Trump needed to take this action in the first place.
The president just told the UK a few days ago that he doesn't need their ships, and now he says he does.
The president spoke on that last night. He said that he wished the UK had stepped up sooner and quicker, but he continues to speak with our allies in Europe and is calling on them to do more, just as he did when he called on them to step up with respect to their defense spending in NATO. He's calling them to do more here, and I think you'll see that come to fruition.
So why does the president feel like he needs 2,500 or so Marines in the Middle East right now?
I would defer you to the Pentagon on that troop movement, and it's not something I'm going to get ahead of the Commander-in-Chief on. Yeah, and look, I'm not going to get ahead of him on any options that may be on the table for the president.
If the U.S. pulls out of Iran, would the political blowback be enough to cause a total Republican collapse in the U.S. like a Dem supermajority in the House and Senate blowback? I mean, the Dems are also largely in favor of this conflict. At the very least, they're not really putting up much of a fight against it. I don't know what you guys have seen. I have not seen much Dem outrage at this conflict. I see a lot of, like, Trump has failed to do it competently and Trump has failed to make his case for the war. But, you know, doesn't feel like they're really leading the charge on the subject, which is concerning, to say the least. Also, here, there's a relevant, like, snippet from the Wall Street Journal article, but we might well be reaching the, like, end state of Middle Eastern intervention. He could end the U.S. role in the war, preventing a wider conflict, but emboldening a hardline Iranian regime that'll claim victory and try to rebuild its arsenal. The president could continue the war, further decimating Iran, but risking adding to the total of 13 killed American service members as energy prices surge. Or the U.S. and Israel could stop bombing now, but plan to resume military strikes against Iran every year so as to keep it weak, a perpetual cycle of on and off war. Or in other words, permanent inflation, permanent MIC spending. So far, this seems to be what we're actually doing. Like Trump, you know, we bombed Iran last year. We're bombing Iran this year. We pull back, we do it again. We pull back, we do it again. Maybe a Democratic administration gives us a little bit of like a longer lull in the action, and then Republicans come in, they do it again over and over. $50 trillion to the MIC, not really an exaggerated number. It could actually end up being 50 trillion. And not to give credit to Mr. Orwell further than he needs, but this is also kind of the premise of 1984 to an extent. Military spending not being used to actually shift the borders around the world, but actually to reinforce existing hegemons and also to be a dump for money. The whole point of military spending in 1984 was that the alternative to spending it on the military would be to spend it on improving people's lives. So they chose instead to build floating super fortresses that they would then sink. You know, like enormous billions and billions of dollars in manpower trapped in a machine that they then send to the bottom of the ocean. Similar things have been happening in Somalia since Clinton, right? Well, we've been doing versions of this around the world, yeah, but this would be a particularly egregious example.
So Italy and Germany both indicated that they're willing to send troops to police the Strait of Hormuz in case NATO refuses to do that. What is Plan B for President Trump?
Right right now, the president is being very clear to NATO and to our allies in Europe what he wants them to do. And again, I think you're going to see that come to fruition. I would just add on one scheduling note, later this afternoon, you'll see the president yourselves. He just told me he wants to bring you all in for the Kennedy Center board meeting lunch, so you can get ready for that if you're part of the pool today. And then, of course, at 3:30 this afternoon, he will be signing an executive order alongside the vice president to formally launch the anti-fraud task force, which will investigate fraud across the country. The vice president will be leading that, so you'll see them in the Oval Office later today. So I'll leave it to the president to answer the rest of your questions. Yeah.
Incredible performance from the press secretary here. 3 whole minutes.
Where does that stand right now? And has the president set a deadline that he wants to see China take any potential action?
No, I just answered the question. It's a leader-to-leader conversation at this point. President looks forward to visiting China. The dates may be moved. As Commander-in-Chief, it's his #1 priority right now to ensure the continued success of this operation, Epic Fury. So we'll keep you posted on the dates as soon as we can.
That's a rough 28. No kidding. Saw this clip from a 60 Minutes interview. I wonder if Trump's going to call for the dismantling of... I'm surprised that Barry Weiss let this one get through. I can't show it because 60 Minutes is copyright, but I can probably get away with the audio. The interview of the former White House energy advisor.
I've worked in the White House during an energy crisis. There are no policy solutions to a prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz.
You're saying there's not much a White House, a president can do to stop this bleeding.
You open up the toolkit, and the tools in there, the options range from marginal through symbolic to deeply unwise. Escorts are a sideshow. Strategic stock releases are a sideshow.
Gas tax holiday?
Gas tax holiday, sideshow. You got to restore the flow of the Strait of Hormuz.
Even if the White House, President Trump declared an...
Wrong window. Do you people not listen? Are you like actually, are you deaf? I can't show video because 60 Minutes is copyright. I can probably get away with audio. Did you not hear me when I said that? Did you think, did that just blur out?
End of this war today, tomorrow. Is there any guarantee that Iran would open up the strait and it's back to business as usual?
No guarantee. It's not like there's a big gate that swings open in front of the Hormuz and Iran locks the gate. So all Iran has to do is demonstrate every day, every other day, that it has the means and the ability to attack ships in the strait, and that will be enough. I've worked...
Yeesh.
What we're going to do is we're going to, we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board, so we'll have a little lunch.
Little lunch.
It's an honor to have you all here.
Tasty little lunch.
So many of you, Jimmy, so many of you are friends. It's a great honor.
I appreciate they put covers in the drink glasses
job
so that Trump can't, it's like a sign that Trump hasn't roofied them.
with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please, CNN.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather
Trump has claimed that countries are saying they're on their way, but no country has said they're on their way. And also you can't hide if a country's on their way because then they would send a fleet, which you could identify. You would know if they were sending a fleet. So no one's on their way.
Not say yet, but we'll be announcing a Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And we do, I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, you know, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate. And I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, but I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people.
Losing. currently losing against Iran, like very easily. It turns out there are strategic objectives that you just can't accomplish with military might. It doesn't help also that we had apparently like 5 interceptors in the whole world. You know, we didn't have ammo. We built the rockets, or we built the platforms. We didn't build the ammunition. That was a little stupid.
And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French President?
Accent. What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to
oui? Oui?
Reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been on a scale of 0 to 10. I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
we don't expect perfect.
Are you
Maybe I don't regret voting for him.
confident
in
that
2024, 2020, 2016, and also in his original presidential run in 1992.
France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's gonna help. I mean, I'll let you know.
Fuck, it wasn't 1992. He mulled a run in 2004. Okay, that's my bad. Sorry, 2004.
No, I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do.
Oh, he ran in 2000 as well? Huh. Damn, he's been gunning for this for a while.
Hard sell on them, because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But
it'd be nice.
I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been...
Mr. President, sir, you're not supposed to say that. Mr. President, you're not supposed to admit that you're doing a shit test. Mr. President? Mr. President?
I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean,
the woman next to him is trying not to laugh. Actually, Susie Wiles is one of the few competent people who's been trying to rein Trump in for like a decade now. And also, she just got diagnosed with breast cancer, and Trump just disclosed that information to the public.
To be honest with you, Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset with, not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He doesn't fear, he has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
President, you mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them.
Isn't Iran allowing for Chinese oil tankers to pass through? It's even funnier. America has allowed Iranian tankers to pass through.
We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost zero. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have.
They said that, but isn't that just them trying to save face? Well, the problem is we don't really have an alternative because it's not good for anyone if we start striking full oil tankers from Iran. For one, that could flood the strait with that could light the strait on fire, right? An oil tanker has a lot of oil in it. For two, that would piss China off because that oil's headed to China. And we do need to maintain our relationship with China to some extent. For three, it's not really in our modus operandi. Obviously, the Trump admin loves killing civilians, but randomly striking oil tankers is not really it doesn't really signal strength in the region. What would signal strength would be blocking them or boarding them, but we can't currently do that because if we seized control of one of their tankers, Iran would probably strike it. They would know exactly where it is. So it's it is very funny, but yes, right now the only tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz, or at least the majority of them, are Chinese or Iranian. Yeah.
More than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we
appreciate him separating Israel from the great European countries because everyone knows that Israel's European.
Did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King, the same story. Look at that. Alfie von Hool. Alfie, thank you both very much. It's, huh? Pepe. That's Pepe, yeah. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you?
Hi, Pepe.
How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you. Thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the government?
They want to make a deal. They're talking to our people. I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a country based on...
Real question, how does it feel to have this rambling idiot as your president? Let me check your IP address. You could save me some time by telling me where you're from. Because odds are you're from a vassal state of the United States. You're in even worse than the United States. You're in a country that does what we say, what we tell them to do, even though you don't benefit from it. Lower GDP per capita ass. Tell me, give me your goddamn... I'm not actually looking at your IP address. Sweden? Sweden! Sweden doesn't really do what we tell it, I guess. We don't really care. Whatever. I was hoping you were from France, the United Kingdom, Greece, Italy, Germany. All right. Whatever. Yeah, Sweden's okay, I guess. They're weird, but yeah. There's nothing you can make fun of Sweden for as an American? Their accents, I guess?
Disinformation. And now they're using disinformation plus AI. And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the the general, I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv.
He truly believes it's AI? Probably, yeah. Trump doesn't know anything. He only knows what he's told, and he's told what he's told by people who are sycophants and know that he's really sensitive to negative information or criticism. So yeah, no, it's very possible that he doesn't think anything. Yeah, who knows?
Burning to the ground, high rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, he might actually believe that there's been basically no damage to any of the Gulf states.
And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. When, you know, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know, but they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group, then the second.
Do you really think there's a line of communication between Trump and Iran right now? Yeah, there's almost always a line of communication between countries. It's like almost by definition, you have to maintain one. Do I think Iran is talking to America and negotiating? No, I don't think so at all. Iran has literally no reason to do that. The only foreign power that could really press on Iran right now is China, and I think China understands the damage being done to American hegemony right now is well worth the temporary increase in fuel cost that they have to deal with. Like, China relies very, very, very heavily on Iran's oil, but you know who else does? On oil from the Strait of Hormuz? You know who else does? South Korea, Taiwan, Japan, everyone.
Group met, 88 met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead, and the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then a third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling you about him?
Well, it's not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's... Do
you think the Gulf states will push American bases out of the country after the war ends? Things would have to get extremely dire for that to be on the table. The Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, so on, they're aware of the fact that their whole deal, their whole like model for existing relies on the West continuing to prop them up. So if we don't, I don't know. They need that commerce. Like, the money that they bring in is the only thing that guarantees their continued position. I'm not sure. It would have to get really dire for them to do that.
You know, been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one, we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
And now that you've announced...
I will say this, nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
Something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast.
Sorry.
As you know, left side, we're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships.
Any ship can lay those mines. It's mines. You literally just have to throw them over the side. Like, you can have mine layer ships, but you don't need them.
One of them is gone, but it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard, and today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the Strait, and I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition,
pounding an area that has very much to do with the Strait. Man, he's on a roll today, huh? Jesus Christ.
We do have other nations coming in. You need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the Straits. Number one, I said it's the one.
Say a lot of stuff about the Straits too.
Advantage they have. But that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do. With time, there are other things you can do. But I think we're going to have the situation straightened out pretty quickly. And I think we're going to have some good help. And I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations, too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war. He also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, he hasn't. Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that.
I believe you.
Yeah, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you could just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back not nearly what they have right now. And I guess that's another theory, but we want to...
It apparently took 6 months to go from the total eradication of their nuclear production facilities to them being weeks away from building a nuclear weapon.
Have it ended so that another president doesn't have... Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that...
What do you think it'll take for Trump to be considered unfit to serve as president? I mean, I consider him unfit to serve as president. I don't know what you mean. Like, according to who? The Republicans? Never. It'll never, ever, ever happen. At all. And this is... If there might be presidents in the future that are so bad that we consider Trump to be a relatively high watermark. I'm not joking. Again, the whole purpose for neo-fascism is to provide a pretext of you're giving people a culture war battle to fight so that they don't notice as you advance the neoliberal aim, right? But if it's this retarded now, how retarded do you think it's going to be in 20 years? You know what I mean? Like, because I don't think the underlying conditions that produce Trump are getting any better anytime soon. President Jake Paul? Could be.
To do it. And yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did. But they didn't do it. I'm doing it, yeah.
Trump but competent is a terrifying thought. No. You misunderstand. Incompetence is part of the deal. There's no competent version of Trump because incompetence is how he exists and why he exists. I used to worry about this. I used to worry like, well, Trump is just stage one. What about like the real fascist? Real fascism is no longer possible. It can't be done. You can't actually have a unifying ideology about rallying behind the nation state, blood and soil. You can't actually do that here. We've advanced beyond that point in society. We can't return to it. People are too attached to their own lives. All we can really do now is like sit back and go, comatose, go catatonic while our country is stripped for parts. I don't really think fascism is possible. That requires too much public investment.
I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead, please.
You mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as... Nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine. They don't have guns. And the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds.
Highly sophisticated AK-47s, new tech. I mean, it was new back in Trump's day, yeah.
Of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely, and 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction. Because they can be brave, but they're not stupid. And they have no gun. And you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago. If you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. The Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me, I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term or even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon. Because the Middle East will be gone, Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around.
They were getting their operational planning from Jon Stewart.
They had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did, too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know, look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in
a little unkind of a comparison there, I think.
Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Incredible stuff, really. He's been on a roll, really. He was on Air Force One answering questions. He was here at the Kennedy Center, which is closed to the public now, answering questions. And then afterwards, he answered questions in the dang White House.
I like it.
Which he's still doing. And I guess I just want to catch up with, like, I don't know why I want to, really. I don't often watch Trump talk to the press because the press are utterly gutless. Like, the American press are the most cucked people alive. They will never... This is easily the worst handled war in American history. Nothing else comes close. It's a joke. Every day there are new punchlines. And journalists just never call. They just ask him. They just ask him questions. They never ask him follow-ups. They never challenge him. They just ask him, what do you think about this? Oh, okay, gotcha, writing that down. That's what journalism is in this country. Oh, Vance is going to be here. I didn't know he was alive. He's been suspiciously quiet since the invasion began.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate
You're welcome.
This is a big thing that we're doing. It's about fraud, having to do with all the fraud that's taking place in our country. We have 2 people that are extremely brilliant and just very talented. And
we're going to have to bring the volume up a little bit.
We'll establish a new task force aimed at rooting out that fraud, returning potentially billions or tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars to the American taxpayer. This task force will be chaired by the Vice President.
Shut up, Chud.
You're going to hopefully find out about it, and you're going to have to do what you have to do. JDs, this will not be like a Kamala where she was put in charge of the border and she never went there. JD, councils, they don't have government, they don't have police, they shoot each other all over the place. They come here and they steal $19 billion. That's crazy. And
Somalis?
Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, that's who he's talking about.
This is part of it, but she married her brother, supposedly. I mean, there's a lot of documentation. That means she's here illegally and she's a congresswoman. And I hope you're going to be looking at that, or somebody is, all right? Because she's one of the ringleaders here. She's bad news, really bad news. She's so bad for our country. Anyway, JD, please say a few words.
Yes, sir. It doesn't really matter. These pathetic deflections to old cultural issues in an attempt to distract from the fact that Iran and then prior to that Epstein have just been utter fail. The big three for this administration are Minneapolis, Epstein, and now the Iran war. Just a massive, just a chain of failure. These like little, oh, okay, let's get back to it. The Somalis, they like the Somalis bit, don't they? It doesn't mean anything. It's just weakness.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a very important whole of government approach to tackle the fraud problem. And let me just tell one story.
No one's paying attention to this fraud in Minnesota. Nobody's paying attention to this. Nobody cares about this. They don't. They're just trying to find older points to defer to.
Does is force the entire apparatus of the federal government to do two things: stop the fraud in the American taxpayer.
So now we went from by far the most expensive drugs anywhere in the world, prescription drugs. Question?
Yes, Mr. President. You said during your State of the Union that this type of fraud, the corruption, is the type of thing that
you can always tell when it's a Chud reporter because they sound like they're 12. It's these like sniveling neo-Nazis who work at fake journalistic outlets that make up 1/2 of the White House press pool now.
Thread the fabric of a nation. Why do you suppose then that leaders in recent memory haven't looked at the systemic amount of fraud that's been taking place?
And their questions are always so fucking long too. They have them written on their hands like a fucking cheating schoolboy. How many compliments, how many leading questions can I fit in here? They don't even trust Trump to give his own leading answer. They have to lead the question.
And
because they're crooked. They make money. They gain power. They use it for power. Like with the Somalians, they vote in a block.
Somalians.
100%.
So I'm very happy about it. And look, I think that I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between me and the president. What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Oh no, hold on.
A highly corrupt person. Bragg, the DA, is a corrupt person. They're all corrupt. These are corrupt people. And we got too many of them in our country. And we have to expose them, and we have to catch them. And if these two guys can't, these are high IQ people. I've always liked high IQ. These are high IQ people.
Me too, Mr.
If
President.
they don't do it, we're going to go a long way, fellas, to find somebody else that's going to. We have no choice. If honestly, and they may not do a good job, if they don't do a good job...
Thank you, sir.
No, it's possible. If they don't do a good job, the country's sort of in trouble. Yes, go ahead.
JD's self-awareness is his biggest flaw, which is exactly why I say there is no competent version of Trump. This administration is full of more competent Trumps, Miller, Vance, Rubio, and all of them are weaker than him. It's his stupidity and his incompetence that drive him forward. Everyone else is too self-conscious. They have to make a case for themselves. It's not a replicable strategy.
Thank you, sir. Two questions for the
And I think they're going to do a great job. Go ahead.
First, Mr. Vice President, Democrats are already calling you the fraud czar. What's your reaction to that title? And then second, given
I like
your past skepticism of foreign adventurism, are you completely on board with the current war in Iran?
So I like fraud czar. It's certainly what we're going to do. And look, we have to do it. As the president said, this is a problem that has festered in this country for far too long, and far too few people have actually wanted to do anything about it. That's what makes this administration different, is that we actually tackle the problems the American people have been confronting. So I'm very happy about it. And look, I think that I know what you're trying to do, Phil. You're trying to drive a wedge between members of the administration, between...
Insecure. You're being asked this question from somebody who's on your side. I know what you're trying to do when a person is trying to pitch you one. Weak. Super weak.
What the president said consistently, going back to 2015, and I agreed with him, is that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We have taken this military action under the president's leadership. I think all of us, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, should pray for success and pray for the safety of our troops. That's the approach that I've taken. Make it as successful as possible.
So there's no hesitation, given your past statements, with the current operation?
What do you mean there's no hesitation with my...
Oh, God.
Past statements.
Given your skepticism of foreign adventurism, you were a critic of the global war on terror previously.
Well, I think one big difference, Phil, is that we have a smart president, whereas in the past we've had dumb presidents. And
incredible. The same line. That's the line you're going with again, that really popular one. Well, the difference between the difference between us and the last 50 times we did this and failed, and all the times that I said that this was going to happen and that I don't support it, is that this time we have a genius like Trump in charge.
I trust President Trump to get the job done.
Dude, Vance's 2028 candidacy is dead in the water. Seriously, the fact that his strategy for the Iran war was just to go dark, I think Rubio is a much more likely case for the future.
Do a good job for the American people and to make sure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Absolutely.
Exactly. Look, JD's been great, but here's the simple thing, and I have, some people, I don't want wars. I want wars less than almost anybody. Peace through strength. But you know what? I've watched Iran for a long time. I've called them out 20 years ago when I was a civilian that liked watching the world. And they're violent, vicious people. The leadership, violent, vicious people. They killed 32,000 protesters over the last 3 weeks. They put out a memo 2 days ago saying, if you protest, we will shoot you and kill you in the streets. And somebody said, oh, there's not that many protests. Well, first of all, there are bombs going off all over the place. But even if there weren't, who's going to do that? Who's going to do it? They don't have any guns, and the other ones have latest in line machine gun, right? And every form of gun you can have. They shoot them right through the middle of the head. They're violent people. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And sometimes I'll have some of the people that, feel very strongly, like I do about wars. And I say, do you think Iran is violent, and do you think their people are violent? Yes, leadership. Do you think they should have a nuclear weapon, which is massive power? I don't even want to discuss how powerful, because it's depressing. And they said, no, they shouldn't have. Definitely they shouldn't have. I said, and you don't want to fight war? No, we don't want to fight war. So these are naive people that frankly are stupid. If you believe that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, there's something wrong with you, because they would use it the only question is within 1 hour if they get it, or 1 day. They will use it, and they will blow up the entire Middle East, not just Israel. They'll start with Israel, but they will blow up. And you got to see that when they unexpectedly started sending missiles to every country within 1,000 miles of them. I mean, they're blowing up countries that were
unexpectedly
neighbors.
Nobody could have guessed they would do this.
Not necessarily. Some friends. They actually were blowing up some friends. They were blowing up the people that handle their accounts. They're sending thousands of missiles into countries that didn't expect to be in the war, because they wanted to take over the Middle East. And if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's horrible Iran nuclear deal, which I did in my first term, one of the dumbest deals, perhaps the dumbest deal, because of the danger involved, you would have had them have a nuclear weapon 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. They would have used it, blown up the Middle East, and they would have then come after us. And if these gorgeous B-2 bombers, give me that bomber, Andrews. Let me just hug that little sucker. Give me that bomber over there. Thank you. You knew immediately which one. This looks small, but in person it's very big. Because it's the only plane capable of carrying a 200,000-pound bomb. So I don't know how they do it, because it's very sleek and nice, but it carries a lot of weapons and there's a lot of bombs. But had I not sent this incredible machine times numerous others to hit Iran at midnight with no moon, dead dark, every single bomb was dropped right down the chute that it was supposed to hit. How they do it, who knows? Nobody else can figure. No other country can do it. No other country has our military or even close. And I think we've probably proven that with Venezuela and now with because we have done a number on Iran. But if I didn't do that, if I didn't decimate, I call it their nuclear dust, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month after that bomb.
I think I understand now. Nobody smarter than Trump could pull this off. You can actually see it's a deliberate strategy. The most evil company in the world, Palantir, Alex Karp deliberately plays up his cocaine addicted, weird, jittery bullshit. The idea that the only way you can really pitch the public on the agenda of the bourgeoisie is to really sell it as this like Mad Men's theory. You need somebody who's crazy. You need somebody who's eccentric and eclectic and so on. I think they understand that you're pretty dead in the water with people like Vance. These like sniveling, sneering, insincere, obviously paid to say this. It's like Keir Starmer, right? Like the least popular guy. Everyone knows what a weasel looks like, but a lot of people don't really know how to react to this.
Bombing took place, and they would have used it on first Israel and then the Middle East. And you know that because all of those missiles that were launched against their neighbors were set long ago, long before they knew they would be using them this quickly. Had we not done this, you would have had a nuclear war that would have evolved into World War III. And more important, this is a war that there would have been nothing left. So we've done a great thing. The people that say it's okay for a very sick ideology, a very sick country in terms of its leadership, very good people, great people. But the people that say that, I think they're actually, they're either evil or they're stupid. So if you believe that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, they should not have it, then you have to absolutely love what I've done, because in 2 weeks we have decimated them. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weapons, they have no leadership. The leadership is gone. But then they set up a new leadership to go and name a new leader, and that's leadership is gone. And now they think maybe the sun is gone. They're all gone. My biggest problem is I have no idea who we're talking to, because nobody ever heard of any of these people. They're all dead. But we did a job for the world, not a job for us, for the whole world. We took the worst country in 50 years and maybe longer from the ideological standpoint, a country that wanted to blow up the world, a country that is sick. All
right, I'm back. You have fun with them?
And it has a religious fervor. And when you add religion, you know, people don't realize more people died in religious wars than every other war put together.
The sun is gone.
And that's what you would have had here.
Oh, Reddit atheism? Am I coming back to Reddit atheism? Is it finally time? Is it here? Trump's an atheist.
And it was a terrible thing. I'm very proud of what we did. And I think JD understands better than most. If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, at least a very substantial part of the world would be blown up, and it'll be used almost immediately. Yes.
Oh, I'm sure. I wonder who pitched him on this. Like, I wonder if like Witkoff or Kushner or Netanyahu. I wonder who was the main architect of convincing Trump that Iran is the greatest threat to the world. You know, because Trump did not give much of a shit prior. Lindsey Graham, it might have been Graham. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are trying to use Trump as like the advent of their doomsday cult.
Thank you, Mr. President. You don't mind if I keep this here, do you? Isn't that a beautiful thing? You know, I used to look at it, and I said, it's a piece of art, but how can it be effective? It's so stealth. Think of it, Peter. 1 in the morning, it flies in, and they say, sir, they're in Iranian airspace. And I say, oh, and I'm watching it from the Situation Room with a couple of other very smart people, including some good generals, real generals, not television generals. And all of a sudden you see
he's referring
dive. They start diving. And
Bolton?
And you see him, 30,000, 20,000. Boy, I said, that was a lot. They went down fast to aim it. And they know they're coming, and they're smart, and they never saw them. And they're firing a little bit, but they don't know what they're firing at because they can't see a thing. And then you hear the biggest explosions that anybody's ever heard. Those are the biggest bombs. Outside of nuclear, those are the biggest bombs. And you say, what technology we have. What a great country. I built it, largely, I built it during my first term. I built it. I didn't know I'd have to use it this much in my second term. But we had
every word Trump says supports your Mad Men's theory. I think it's kind of like the gist with Javier Milei as well. I think there is a recognition that is spreading that in countries like America or Western Europe or whatever, where there is so much abundance that it does not make sense that everyone is getting poorer year after year, in countries like this, it might actually be impossible to make a logical argument for why the wealthy need more money. You know? Like, it's possible that there is no rational arbiter. There's no one with good enough rhetoric that they could get up in front of a podium and say, like, this is my case for why the billionaires don't have enough. You need some kind of incoherent gibberish, every point at once. Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, Iran, Lebanon, everywhere, you know, fucking like the movie, everywhere all at once. The insane guy. No one can even talk to him. No one knows what the fuck he's saying, because at least then the entertainment value, or I don't know, the distractive value of it, I guess, it does a better job distracting people than any real argument could make. That might be the future for all of our countries, everything in the West.
Incompetent president, we had an incompetent administration, and if that group of people in any form, whether it's Kamala, him, it doesn't matter, would have had another 4 years, we would have had no country left. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You say you're doing a job for the rest of the world. In your conversations with your counterparts, are they thanking you? What are their conversations like when you talk about this military conflict that's taking place in Iran?
Well, they should be thanking me, because many of them get 90%. China, as an example, should be thanking us, but I don't expect to thank you, but they should be thanking us. Japan gets 95%, China 91%. Many of the countries, South Korea gets a tremendous percentage of their oil and therefore their energy from the Straits, or as they call it, the Strait. And they should be not only thanking us, they should be.
Do you think the next Dem president will make the media as craven as Trump did by denying access, or do we go back to our tough questions? The media has a pro-Republican bias, like a very, very strong one, for a variety of reasons. Easier access, media corporations are owned by billionaires. Billionaires love Trump. But I think that the Democratic Party is probably going to end up being about as craven as Trump when it comes to denying people information. Yeah. Remember how the Biden administration was with Gaza? Like that's for me, that's my like warning going forward. You know, the Biden administration was quiet and ineffective on a lot of stuff, you know, like you sort of wouldn't use the bully pulpit, but on an issue where they did need to communicate, Gaza, because the public demanded that kind of communication, they were as aggressive with their dishonesty as anything we see here.
What does surprise me is that they're not eager to help. There are a couple. We'll be announcing some names soon. There are some that really were right up front. I would announce their name now, other than maybe they'd prefer it not being announced for whatever reason. I will say this: it's a lot easier to get people today than it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, before we destroyed before we obliterated the country, before we took out, because they're down to about 8% of their missiles. They're down to a small portion of their drones. And we've demolished many of their factories where they make the missiles and the drones, and the rest are all following. Our military has been amazing. We hit Carg Island, took out every single thing on Carg Island except one thing. We left the pipes, because if we take out the pipes, it takes a long time to build them. And at some point, something's going to happen that's positive with respect to those pipes. But there are some countries that greatly disappointed me. And
do you think it's even true that they're low on missiles? Missiles? Possibly. Drones? No, not at all. I think that reasonably, I think they're probably down to, they have probably expended less than 20% of the total number of drones they have, and they can keep making more. Missiles are more complicated. They can only be fired from particular platforms, but a drone, you just need vzoom, vzoom, you know?
No, I'm the one that got them to pay from 2% to 5% of GDP, NATO. And I get along great with those countries in NATO, but I always said, the problem with NATO is we'll always be there for them, but they'll never be there for us. And when I hear the UK, which was sort of considered the Rolls Royce of allies, right? When you say they were the oldest and they were going to be there. And I say it would be really helpful if you'd send over a couple of ships And if you have some minesweepers, which
What are you talking about? I'm talking about how many drones Iran has.
Be very helpful. And the prime minister is a nice man. I think he's a very nice guy. He says, well, I'd like to ask my team. I said, you don't have to worry about a team. You don't have a team. You're the prime minister. You can make a decision. Well, I have to speak to my people. I said, you don't have to speak to anybody. So it was very disappointing. And then after we obliterated them, destroyed their military, the whole thing, and it became a much safer zone, he said, we're going to send over 2 aircraft carriers. I said, I don't want them anymore. I don't want them after we win. I want them before we start. I don't need your aircraft carriers after we've already won. So, you know, those things are very disappointing. And you have to remember, we have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? I've been saying it for a long time. This is the greatest thing to come out of this. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there. Many of them would not be there. And we're going to have to start thinking more wisely in this country. Some have been very good. 1 or 2 have been great. I'll tell you the great ones.
Also, mine warfare is quite dated. Mine warfare is super fucking effective. And the only reason that mine warfare is dated is because it just hasn't really been a feature of recent conflicts, you know? But, like, using mines to hold naval choke points is, and probably always will be, an insanely overpowered strategy. Like, landmines are super, super powerful on land, you know? To the extent that we banned them. They're, like, illegal internationally. But sea mines are much more dangerous than landmines, because landmines can only really be dropped on top of the ground, and sea mines can be dropped to the bottom of a trench and then, like, activate when a ship goes above them. It's pretty difficult to deal with that. Can't necessarily detect them via sonar. Minesweeping is an incredibly dangerous, delicate process. You have to basically trick these mines to activate against, like, decoy ships to blow them up.
Are at the right time. But there have been some that were right up there, Peter. They were right up there. They wanted to do it so much. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you. You were talking about Iran a couple times today and what they did after Epic Fury began. You said they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. Are you surprised that nobody briefed you ahead of time that that might be their retaliation?
Nobody, no. The greatest experts, nobody thought they were going to hit. They were, I wouldn't say friendly countries. They were like neutral. They lived with them for years.
Neutral, Iran, and Saudi Arabia. Okay. Oh, my God.
Peter, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel with their nuclear weapon. But after we knocked out their nuclear potential weapon, they started building missiles, thousands and thousands of missiles. And they were going to do it with missiles while they developed. These are sick people. While they developed nuclear, somehow they were going to start at a different site, because that site was, you saw the site, the mountain. They were going to go into a certain area, which we know exactly where it is, and they were going to do that. And it's incredible what we've done. I tell you, the job we've done. Do you know, if I didn't terminate Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, you would right now, well, Israel would be gone. It would be incinerated, and probably
maybe I don't give Obama enough credit.
And remember, they have all of those missiles, and I heard they were sending missiles to UAE. I said, that's strange. You know, UAE is like the banker for Iran. They're like the banker. Qatar, their neighbors, they got along okay. Saudi Arabia. All of a sudden, Kuwait is getting hit. Bahrain is getting, all these countries are getting hit. There was no expert that would say that was going to happen. It's not a question of like, gee, should you have known? And if we did know, big deal. I mean, we have to do what we have to do. But we hit them so hard like nobody's ever been hit. We hit them very hard. And we've extinguished most of their missiles. We've extinguished most of their drones. We've extinguished most of the places where the missiles and the drones are built. We've fully extinguished 2 layers of leadership and probably a third, if you believe some stories. So we only have one thing. They have a little choke point, and they've used it very well for years, but it doesn't work. But I think this, if some of these countries that we've been good to for years, and maybe more important than that, some of these countries that get 90% and 95% of their energy from Hormuz, the Strait. Hormuz, a famous, wonderful, beautiful place, but you wouldn't want to be necessarily sailing a boat there right now.
I would not.
Okay, you know why? Not because of them, because of us. Because we've taken out their entire Navy. We've taken out every one of their drone, they call it a drone layer, a mine layer. There's specific boats that are meant to put mines on. How would you like to have a nation that has 22 boats where their sole function, they're very different looking boats. You wouldn't want one for your family. They're not pretty. Their sole function is to lift a mine into the water and drop it a certain number of feet down. But they had 22 of them. We've taken out all of them. But you can probably drop them off other boats. So we don't even know. By the way, we don't know that any mines have even been dropped. But the thought that they would scares people that have billion-dollar ships. Yeah, please.
Thank you, President Trump. I'd like to ask the Vice President about his plans to go after possible fraud in California and New York. We know, of course, about Minnesota. And President Trump first.
Boring.
You said earlier today that the new Supreme Leader, Buttigieg, maybe you don't know if he's dead or alive. There are a couple interesting reports about him today. There's one report that he just narrowly escaped death.
How do you feel about this reporting, if it's true? Breaking: senior White House staffers saying Trump is regretting the decision to strike Iran, having assumed being a wartime president would result in the same 80% plus approval ratings George W. Bush received. Sending our troops to die for poll numbers, unbelievable. Well, I would like to see some more verification to that reporting than a tweet, but it also sounds like him, so I believe it. You know? I mean, it seems in line with his behavior to me. Bush was following up on 9/11. He doesn't know what's going on.
Because he's got no legs.
What?
That they were coming over here. And I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. You know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people. These are not Jasmine Crockett and her group. These are smart people. These are really smart people.
Mr. President, Jasmine Crockett lost the Senate primary. It's you need to update your rhetoric. Sir, she already lost.
And violent people and vicious people and some very nice people. And some are very nice but violent. They turn violent. But you know what? If I didn't do what I did, we would have been hit. Number one, very important, was the termination of Obama's horrible deal. And number two, this beautiful plane hitting them 8 months ago, whatever it was, and taking out their nuclear capacity. That totally threw them for a loop. If they had that bomb at either time, 5 years ago or 7 months ago, if they had that bomb would have been used almost immediately.
Mr. President, 2 questions on domestic policy, bringing it close to home. First of all, the Save America Act, what are you expecting this week when this vote takes place in the U.S. Senate? Will the Vice President's vote be necessary?
I think it's imperative that it gets done. I'm not sure it is. You know, the Democrats have horrible policy. It's just incredible. But they stick together. It's the one thing they do. Their Supreme Court members stick together. Those appointed by a Democrat stick together. If Barack Hussein Obama appoints a member of the Supreme Court, that member never goes against.
Opposite whining. It's always whining. Always, no matter what. He's never boastful about anything other than what he has done. He's only boastful about himself. In all other contexts, it's always whining.
Against him. And they're proud about it. They say, I don't give a damn if it's good or bad. That man appointed me, and I'm never going to let him down. I don't say that's right, wrong. I just say they stick together. Republicans go the opposite way. If Donald Trump appointed me, I'm going to show the world that I can be totally just and I can be independent of Donald Trump. He's not controlling me. And I don't want to control them. I just want to have smart decisions. They gave us a decision on tariffs the other day. That won't change tariffs. I can do it a different way. I always knew I could do it a different way. This was a little quicker, a little easier. But the world that has mail-in ballots like we do, everybody wants voter ID. Everybody wants proof of citizenship. And most people don't want mail-in ballots, okay? I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money. They have no oil. They have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape, you know. It's a beautiful island. I think they have great people. You know, I know so many people from Cuba that were treated terribly, and they're over here, and they became rich. They're very entrepreneurial people, very smart. I know a lot from Florida, especially. There's so many people. A friend of mine started over with nothing. He's now
your
the
eyebrows are
largest
hitting the
owner
sad
of gas
angle. I'm
stations
just getting
in the
my
country
dose
and
of
stuff.
this.
I'm a Cuban.
For the
I
month,
also
okay?
know I was just with a fantastic person who's Cuban and made a fortune in sugar, you know, Fanjul family, right? And this family wants to go back to Cuba to visit it. They haven't been back in like 50 years or something. They largely come from Cuba. And we'll see what happens. They were asking me about that. They want to go.
Are we done?
Reported earlier today that 80% of the primary task force that focuses on investigating terrorism is working without pay. So should that impact Democrats' decision?
The Democrats aren't paying. The Democrats. We have a deal.
Great, phenomenal. Let me out of here. Holy shit. It's fucking hypnotic effect over time. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Vosh. I fucked up so much at work last week. It made me feel retarded. You watching this made me feel good for not being as retarded as yeah, no, it's good to set the perspective. You missed the part where he said he'd be taking Cuba. Yeah, he's been threatening that for a while. And I'm sure he will. But Iran's on his mind at the moment? Yeah. I'm seeing so many people dogging on this on social media, thank God. I don't really think this matters that much. This is just for the investors. NVIDIA is a speculative company more than it is a hardware company at this point. DLSS 5 seems like it's never going to be able to run in the kind of hardware the average person can afford anyway. People in chat were saying this required like two 5090s to run in real time. Who the fuck is gonna... That's like 0.01%. 0.001%. Two 5090s? No, I don't think so. Just a Ponzi scheme. Stupid. All right. What do we have here on the list of tabs that I've gathered?
Holding people accountable without violating their free speech.
Sure. And again, I would remind you that there is no...
Incredible audio.
There's no First Amendment right to conduct. There's a First Amendment right to speech. And the things that we're targeting in the bill are not speech. Again, if someone wants to stand across the street from my house and wave the sign on the sidewalk, they have every right to do that. And this bill won't have anything to do with that. But when it veers into conduct, and so the way we're going to approach this is through a hate crime kicker. So if you graffiti a building, it is a crime now. But if your motivation is hate, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in prison. If you want to litter, it's a crime right now. But if you litter and if your motivation is a hate crime, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend...
Yeah, I remember this. This is from, I think, 2023. Yeah, 5-year jail sentences if you're handing out flyers criticizing Israel because it's a hate crime. Fat piece of shit. When we say we don't want to cease fire, it isn't because we seek war. This war must end in a way that ensures our enemies never again think of repeating these attacks. I hope so, Mr. Iranian Foreign Minister. I hope so. Hope we get there. Okay, we have some Cat Abu Ghazaleh stuff. We'll get to that in a sec.
But what we've seen in the last 18 months on the Republican side, I think is terrifying. I've seen more anti-Semitism on the right in the last 18 months than at any time in my life. And it is growing, and there are a handful of loudmouths, of self-appointed influencers that are driving it. And I believe many of them are being paid. I think they're being paid by Qatar. I think they're being paid by foreign nations. And they are spreading, number one,
say Nick's
hatred
name,
of
pussy.
Israel.
Yeah,
Number
come
two,
on.
hatred of Jews writ large.
Give him some content. Say Fuentes' name.
Number three, they are embracing and apologizing the Islamist enemies of America. They're embracing Hamas, they're embracing Iran, and they're attacking Donald Trump for standing up and acting decisively.
Why do they keep saying Qatar instead of Qatar? Because Qatar is the correct way of saying it, but I don't want to say that because it sounds like Qatar, like a Kirby power-up. So I want to say Qatar, and I'm going to keep saying Qatar because it's not a real state, and I don't respect them.
To take out Iran's nuclear weapons facilities, for bombing Iran now to take out their ability to kill more Americans. And it's doing real damage. And in my view, this threat is,
this guy ever talk about
literally
Texas?
an existential threat. And the reason I say that is because anti-Semitism is the gateway to anti-capitalism and anti-Americanism.
Anti-Semitism is the gateway to anti-capitalism. That's an interesting thing to say. That's a what do you mean by that exactly? What are you implying by that? What a strange thing to say. Reminds me of that thing Neera Tanden said. Neera Tanden ulted last night. Went sicko mode. Come on, where is it? That was crazy. You saw the Neera Tanden bit? I gotta find it. Yeah, here we go. The Jews in Germany were murdered precisely because they were wealthy. Lord, this is insane stuff. Incredible. What do you mean by that, Neera Tanden? I feel like this is going to get more popular with Zionists over time, where they start doing, they like JQ post parentheses pause, you know? They express elements of the Jewish question, but then they're like, well, if you have a problem with that, maybe you're the one who has to check yourself, you know? Who's this girl? Neera Tanden? Don't worry about it. She responded to the tweet after backlash. The point of this post is that some Germans thought Jews were privileged and created a hate-filled, toxic ideology that fueled Nazism around this perception. Some members of a group being rich, not shield the group from ethno-religious-based hatred, as we learned from the Nazis. But that's not what you said. I don't know. Sounds like a hasty panic tweet. Meanwhile, also Ted Cruz.
I did a quick count just sitting here. During this hearing, I counted 20 incidents cited. Of the 20, 15 on their face are nonviolent. They involve things like insults. They involve a Nazi salute. That's one of the examples. My God, a parent did a Nazi salute at a school board because he thought the policies were oppressive. General Garland is doing a Nazi salute at an elected official. Is that protected by the First Amendment?
Yes, it is.
He's a lot more blasé about Nazi salutes before October 7th, I assume. I think probably before October 7th, he could not have imagined the bulwark of anti-Semitism building within the right. But after that, he had to rein that shit in super, super quick. What do you say about Elon's Nazi salute? Well, you can't criticize Elon. Even the ADL didn't even criticize it, you know? All right. Israel military launches ground operations in southern Lebanon. These are limited ground operations. It's not the full invasion yet. They're just softening their targets before they go in for the full invasion. That is great, man. Mearsheimer, I haven't seen your face in a while.
We're not winning against Iran. We're not winning. What message are we sending? We're sending a message that we're a bunch of fools. That we started a war we can't win.
Yeah.
The FT had a big editorial today. This is the Financial Times, which is very sympathetic to the United States and the various cockamamie schemes that we come up with.
Boomer
the
speak.
Financial Times usually
Boomer duck speak.
supports us. They're saying we had no objective, no clear objective. We didn't have the required military forces to achieve any of the objectives that we were floating, and we had no plan. That's what they say. And of course, they're correct.
Yes.
So
is this a rare W for him? No, his political theory is retarded. He thinks that it is inevitable and prescriptively good that superpowers have regional hegemony. This doesn't really work with his theory, though, because the Strait of Hormuz is of international interest. So obviously, like, everyone in the world has an interest in maintaining trade through it. It's not just something of exclusive interest to Iran. If it was, then like the position that he would logically have to hold is that Iran or whatever else would have sole control over the strait, and then everyone else can just suck it. Like he does not have a good theory of international relations. It's just that right now the Trump administration is validating a lot of what he says descriptively because we keep fucking threatening everyone with invasion, right? Who's this guy? Both him and Jeffrey Sachs. He's a Russian apologist and a hack of an academic. And Jeffrey Sachs, also a hack. Hacky sack.
question you want to ask yourself is, what does this tell the Chinese and what does it tell the Russians? It tells them that we are incompetent. And of course, the Russians have had enough dealings with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to fully understand just how incompetent we are.
Yeah, and we should make it very clear that the Americans have granted Russia sanctions relief in order to allow more oil into global markets. Now, that presumably represents a windfall for Vladimir Putin in his campaign against Ukraine. The Europeans must be flabbergasted, John.
They're flabbergasted and outraged. And on top of that, we're burning through Patriot missiles, the PAC-3 Patriot missiles, which the and THAADs too. And the Patriots are what the Ukrainians are begging, that the Ukrainians are begging for.
Russia might make back all the money they lost in sanctions. Yep. So I don't know. Hopefully Ukraine recognizes that the meddling of Israel and America are creating a geopolitical environment that doesn't favor them in this war. Because it certainly isn't. Russia is doing terribly at the moment, doesn't really matter. Yeah, hopefully it stays that way.
Is in just 3 days. My election is in just 3 days, and AIPAC and dark money groups are panicking. That's because not only are we statistically tied for first place and the only leading candidate to keep growing, but we're doing it without any outside PAC spending. Look what they need to mimic a fraction of our power. So as those folks are focused on dirty tricks, we're going to be focusing on what really matters: being in the streets and meeting voters. And we need your help to do it. And you don't even have to be local, you can do it from anywhere. For those in Illinois, you can help us knock doors. We've got canvases all day in all areas of the district. Today our launches are in Algonquin, Morton Grove, Skokie, Evanston, and Andersonville. At 11:30, I'll be knocking doors with the Sunrise Movement and Jamal Bowman in Andersonville. And at 1, Jamal and I are going to go up to Evanston. So join us there. If you're not local, don't worry. You can help us phone bank from 2 p.m.
Yes, I know about the Abu Ghazaleh short. Thank you.
Anywhere in the world, and it does help. You can find information both about our canvases and our phone bank shifts at catforillinois.com/events.
Join up
We're
with
keeping
PV.
the Abu momentum strong all the way through Tuesday. knocking doors from the morning until 7 p.m. on Election Day, right when the polls close. You can find information for all of this at catforillinois.com/events, and I'll see you on the campaign trail. And if I don't, I'll see you tomorrow for the daily update.
What made you realize how to pronounce her name? Chat bullied me. Also this bit.
So a lot of people struggle to pronounce my last name. But Wrigley, how old are you?
7.
And can you tell the people how to say my last name?
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard, guys.
It's literally not even that hard.
All right. All right. 6'7". Piece of shit.
Just like it is for you when the polling starts coming out and is showing you head to head.
Yeah.
I mean, Kat, you see, everybody's like, oh my God, she's that close. Let's go, let's go. And, you know, and then when I saw like what they were doing, I mean, just the manipulation and the gaslighting and trying to pull from your base, it was like I had to do it. And, you know, folks like the Justice Coalition, Sherry, all the advocates that really believe in you, you know, they stayed on me and they were like, Rashida, we got to do this.
Sherry is a fucking bulldog. She is awesome.
As much. Well, I hope people understand the importance of.
Yeah, AOC,
again,
Bernie.
It's not about our ethnicity.
Ilhan Omar endorsed her today as well.
But also us being on the outside looking in and feeling completely invisible to our own government. And we need to get people there just complete, like their lens is completely not wavering. Like they just see it and they know that's the problem. And no matter who's donating to them or anything like that, they're just not going to sell out their people. So.
Man. Or Bernie and AOC on this. They're fucking dead, dog. They're dead.
I am a Jewish American who has family who are nearly killed in the scene. And how can you take millions from AIPAC? Millions from
Laura Fine has taken like $50 trillion from AIPAC. Very, very, very compromised candidate. This is crazy, man. Like, incredibly compromised. You can tell from the evil image they've used. See? Very evil. Insane number for a house race? No kidding, yeah. And just a state senator beforehand, like how the fuck, where did you even find time to accumulate this much goddamn AIPAC money, man? Previous representative, the Illinois House of Representatives, candidacy for Illinois' 9th Congressional District, 2025, seeking to replace Representative Jan Schakowsky, 2026, Jewish household. Daniel Biss, also a candidate, right? Yeah? Yeah, Daniel Biss. Just making sure there's not another Biss there. Abu-Ghazaleh leading in fundraising with $2.7 million raised, while Biss and Fine trail her with just under $2 million each. Fine said she would not seek AIPAC's endorsement, though individual AIPAC donors have contributed to her campaign. AIPAC board president Michael Tukin hosted a fundraiser on her behalf. Dog, seriously? Not just like regular AIPAC donor contributions, but the president of the board of AIPAC hosted a fundraiser on your behalf. And a newly formed super PAC associated with AIPAC, the Elect Chicago Women, has spent over $1 million in ads supporting her campaign. A few weeks before the March 17th primary, Biss and Fine began trading accusations over campaign finance misconduct. Both campaigns announced the surrogates filed complaints against the other with the FEC. Sheesh. Political positions. Israel. Wow. Jewish Insider described her policy platform as being strongly pro-Israel. In a position paper obtained by the news outlet, Fine said Israel is more than just a strategic ally. It is a beacon of democracy in one of the world's most volatile regions. She said she fully supports the current portfolio of U.S. security assistance to Israel, including the $3.8 billion annual commitment, which includes critical funding for weapon systems. She added she does not support additional conditions on aid to Israel, militarily or otherwise, said that Israel has not committed genocide in Gaza, but has committed unacceptable collective punishment, said she supports a two-state solution. Hands for peace. Yeah. Didn't ask, didn't read. Vote for Abu Ghazaleh. Look at this. In the position paper obtained by Jewish Insider, which was written before the start of the 2026 Iran war, Fine said she supported military action and the stakes are too high to tolerate halfway measures. After the strikes began, Fine released a statement that Trump needed to be reined in and impeached. What a fucking snake. They're all like this, dude. What a fucking snake. Privately, they're like, yeah, we have to bomb Iran. But then as soon as Trump takes the flak for it, they're like, I would never, ever engage in this conduct. He needs to be impeached for this. You know, now that he's actually done it. God, I hate these fucking people. Biss is relatively better in Israel, and he's still terrible at it. Collaborators, yeah. This is why I say you can't trust the Democratic Party moving forward either, you know? Until stuff like this is rooted out, how the fuck can you trust them? They like, the fact that the Democratic Party can't even decide whether or not they're angry at Trump for launching this war is fucking insane. It's, like, actually insane. What all these evil shits have in common, regardless of the parties, they all take AIPAC money. Yeah, but even if they didn't take AIPAC money, they'd still take J Street money. All this money across four campaigns. Yeah, AIPAC is having to spend more now because they're aware that there's a risk of like a Democratic Tea Party. J Street, moderate liberal Zionist PAC. What's wrong with J Street? They're Zionist. Liberal Zionism is an oxymoron. They just want a nicer version of what's happening over there. But there is no nice version. Zionism is ethno-nationalism, and it is forever war. Wasn't AIPAC partly responsible for the Tea Party? I'm not sure. Maybe. I've never looked into it. There were big donors along with the Koch brothers for the Tea Party? Oh, well, there you go. Super cool. Please vote for Abu Ghazaleh. I probably misspelled that, unfortunately. I didn't mean to. Abu. Yeah, I didn't add the H. There we go. Got it. You can teach a streamer how to speak, but not how to spell. I think I've proven, if anything, that you can't teach him how to speak either. Does Democratic Tea Party mean the left taking over Democrats like the far right took over Republicans? That's the idea, yeah. Or like the hope. The SEC is preparing a proposal to eliminate the quarterly earnings report requirement and instead give companies the option to share results twice a year. Insane. And I'd be surprised if it happened. Me when things are going well. SEC prepares proposal to eliminate quarterly report. The problem with this is that, like, the only world in which this would work would be one where the decision-making companies weren't vehicles for speculative investment. But why the fuck would anyone speculate on or invest in a company that isn't filing quarterly reports, you know? Like this might be viable in some world where companies, produce goods and services, but that's not the world we live in. What does J Street want to do? Gentrify Palestinians out of Gaza? The answers you get from J Street affiliated people are incoherent, and the only reason they say what they say is because they know they're not in power. If AIPAC was removed and J Street was the only representative for Zionist interests in America, they would turn into AIPAC. There is no version of Israel today that is not Hitlerite. The J Street will performatively condemn it because there's no chance of those condemnations ever actually changing the behavior of Israel. Yeah, it's very we disagree with Netanyahu, but they won't engage with the fact that the civilian population and the opposition to Netanyahu both also want mass killing. Again, to understand what our position is here, Israel must be destroyed. I think it should be occupied by the United Nations. It seems like it's too dangerous not to. It's an expansionist, ethno-nationalist, militarized state with nuclear weapons that it refuses to acknowledge or register, that has an explicit doctrine of nuclear annihilation for the region if they're ever reasonably threatened, and they keep declaring war on all the countries around them. I don't really know if there's a realistic solution. It kind of seems like we either tolerate, Israel is going to keep poking hornet's nests until its economy and country collapses, and all it takes is one lunatic to nuke the whole region. So war against enforced disarmament of a nuclear state? I mean, yeah, it's not really realistic, right? But what do you want to happen there? The population and military and government of Israel all want war with the region. They're actively fighting for Greater Israel, which would involve invading and occupying all of their neighbors, including some U.S. allied ones. What are we supposed to do? Just wait for them to do that? It seems kind of bad to me. I agree that I have no prescriptions for Israel that are realistic or that can be done easily or in the short term. I think that the best case scenario would be that we cut them off and we starve them internationally. Every country on earth, because everyone hates Israel. Every country on earth, including the United States, is you guys have to be less Hitler. You have to be 20 times less Hitler. We need to cut down the Hitlerism here by 99%, at least. And you do that with very heavy sanctions and embargoes. And Israel's economy already struggles without constant warfare because they're heavily reliant on their own MIC. So, being cut off from foreign aid from us and then also from global trade, I think you could really starve them out. And the hope then would be hey, listen, all you have to do is not be Hitler. Then we would force disarmament on them the same way we did to the Japanese. And we would take their nukes. They cannot have nukes. They can't have, no, absolutely not. An insane hyper-militarized religious ethno-state with mandatory conscription that deliberately positioned itself in the middle of a group that they keep antagonizing ethnically. They displaced a bunch of Levantine Arabs and now they keep firing missiles at all their neighboring Levantine Arabs and they get to have the nukes. Fuck no, absolutely not. Their defenses must be conventional. They haven't needed the nukes yet. They won't need them in the future. They have enough money. They can defend themselves. And if you want to not keep battling with the region, maybe quit antagonizing them because that's all you've been doing. Yeah, I would say that Israel's lost the right to defend itself. If a UN occupation took place, I think that you could do a much better job of kind of fortifying their position too. If Hezbollah starts firing on UN positions, then yeah, fuck them, right? Hezbollah has every right to defend itself against Israel. Hezbollah was created because Israel invaded Lebanon. Hamas was created in part because of Netanyahu, but also directly because of the constant oppression and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Israel keeps creating their own enemies because they want the war. They like the war. They like the killing and the fighting. It has to stop. and because of the original creation of Israel. Yeah, but you know, pardon me for being a liberal or a cuck or whatever. I still think that there is a potential future where everyone lives in peace. It's the Holy Land. I'm an atheist, but like Jews, Christians, and Muslims all do like that. It's important to them. I don't think that an Israeli state, perfect. I don't think that an Israeli state in the Middle East necessarily needs to be like an antagonistic force. I think we can have some, you know, I think that it's possible for there to be some camaraderie. But we're so far away from that. And it would require so much change, you know? They don't like each other much though, but they could. There's nothing about like fundamental. There's nothing fundamental to the Middle East that means it has to be a constant site for holy conflict, right? Like there are Jews in Germany now. You know what Germany did to Jews 80 years ago? I don't know. The world can change. You can restructure the world. And yes, that does also mean that a lot of like anti-Semitic Arab groups in the region are going to have to get to be less Hitlerite. Though keep in mind, modern militant Islamism was pretty much created by us also. Like our intervention in the Middle East did create a divide between like Western collaborationists and hardline religious extremists who opposed it. So that's also a product of our meddling. But it doesn't have to be this way. It just doesn't. You know, we could build a better world. But it's going to require some trust and some effort and a lot of demilitarization for Israel because they are 100% the bad guys in this concept, the ones who antagonize and instigate. There were Jews in Palestine before Zionism, 100%. Yeah. We're talking about religious zealots. They'll die before peace. Nah, most people are normal. Like, most ISIS soldiers didn't join ISIS because they're crazy, super hardline Islamists. They joined it because ISIS recruitment came in through their town, and they were like, hey, are you sad about your family and your sister being bombed to death by Americans? You should join with us. You'll get to, like, kill and rape people, and you'll get more food than you ever could just sitting here in this bombed-out rubble of a house. And then they did, you know? Like, no one... You can bring the temperature down, right? Usually people are sold on the prospect of a better life. If you can make an argument for that, I think you can tone everyone down. Zionists are just different. Everyone, no, there's no, not with Zionists. Okay, bring it back home, guys. Zionists are so dangerous right now because there's a unique intersection between craziness and state power. But if you remove the state power, I think you could tone things the fuck down. No, I guess my argument there would be that a lot of American evangelicals make political decisions as though the rapture is happening soon, but they don't live as though the rapture is going to happen soon. Because if I thought the rapture was happening within my lifetime, I would sell all of my possessions and live monastically as Christ. Like I would wander with like a bindle and I would give everything to the homeless. Like if they think Christ is returning, they don't live like that, though. In fact, they don't donate very much at all except to their own churches. So my argument is that they're evangelical when it's convenient to them. They're evangelical when it allows them to dismiss civilization, when it allows them to not care about the world. But they're not evangelical when it comes to, like, in a practical sense, what would make sense if they really thought the world was ending soon. And likewise, I think the same thing about Muslim. Like, but there are tons of crazy hardline Saudi Muslim types, you know, Wahhabists or whatever, who, you know, they do shit that's haram all the time. Like, I think that if you build hope, if you build a better environment, people will change. You know, I think that people will change if you structure the environment and make it easy for them to change. Meh? Well, we'll see. Is it genocide to transport all Israeli Jews to New York? I think that people on the left who argue that the Israelis have to leave are ceding their argument to reactionaries. Because underlying that is the idea that it is impossible for any restructuring of power or of military force or whatever to make it possible for Jews and Muslims to live together peacefully. And I would argue, like, dog, they fucking do already in America. And if they can here, they can there. You know what I mean? I don't want to I don't want to cede ground to the idea that it's impossible to do that. Also, yeah, it would be ethnic cleansing, which, you know, just because the Israelis like doing it doesn't mean that I have to. We should give ourselves a little bit more credit than that, in my opinion. I sentence you to a peaceful coexistence. No! 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 Yeah. Oh, Zionism has to be left in the dust either way, though. Like, I think that right now there are Jewish people in the Levant, and I think they can stay there, right? I want to restructure the power relations, but you're not there because God told you to. Like, that's just not, like, I don't think Americans are in America because Manifest Destiny led us here. We took the boat. We got on the boat, you know? We got on boats. The idea that you have any kind of like religious right to that territory is fucking stupid. You're just there because you're there, right? Like, forces led to you being here, circumstance, but that's it, right? In the future, you might be, you might not be. Maybe just over the demographic tides shift over. Also, if we want this, we're going to have to like do something about the fact that a significant number of Jewish people are unironically anti-miscegenation. It's so bad in that community. I imagine it's only worse in Israel. It's probably like 90% of Israeli Zionists. But even in America, like, Jews are pretty like disproportionate when compared to Christians, Muslims, white or black communities. Jews are insanely obsessed with like keeping the blood pure. Well, I shouldn't say the blood, because they do count conversions mostly, except for the hardliners. So blood is maybe not the operative point here. They're worried about their culture like dissolving, but I don't really care if people are Jewish like religiously. I don't really care about. Okay, first of all, most Jewish people who are religiously Jewish aren't even religiously Jewish, to be fair, okay? Like, come on. Jews are the most secular religious group on earth by like a huge margin. You're all very blasé about it. So I just like I don't know. I mean, like, cultural Judaism is going to persist no matter what, because you motherfuckers have New York City and LA. You're in the two biggest cities in the country. So like I don't think like the risk of Jewish culture being erased in America, at least, is it's less likely to happen than literally any other subgroup, I think, save maybe African Americans, because they're so culturally represented. As we all know, white people have no culture, so I can't really speak to that. I don't believe the average Jew is all that religious. The idea that many Jews, even practicing Jews, are functionally secular is like a widespread joke in the Jewish community. Pardon me for speaking on matters which this white boy knoweth not, but my understanding, like growing up, knowing a ton of Jews and rabbis and going to synagogues and stuff, was that it's an extremely common bit, you know? So I mean, I guess people might disagree on that, but like, I just don't really care that much about the project of preserving the Torah has been around for 4,000 years. Okay. It's going to be around 1,000 more. Yeah. I'm culturally Jewish anyway, because I like debate. Do they all eat pork or something? Like, what do you mean? I mean, sometimes, but that's not usually it. It's more like the it's interesting, but the relationship between like secular and religious Judaism is more complicated than the intersection between secular and religious Christianity. Like, I'm a secular Christian in the sense that I celebrate Christmas. I just do it because it's a holiday. Like, obviously, I don't believe in anything metaphysical, but I am undeniably a secular Christian, right? It's a cultural thing. But there's more of a, like, I think like a greater skew with secular versus religious Jews, I think, for a wide variety of interesting reasons. Honestly, a lot of it probably has to do with the fact that the Jewish faith and culture have long emphasized like tight-knit, highly educated urban enclaves, so that you have like a disproportionately intelligent community because they kind of emphasize that, you know, small communities heavily prioritize this. And there is an inverse relationship between religiosity and education. So you kind of have a skew there as well. The relationship is very complex. It's super, I'm like very generalizing. I'm very generalizing, you know, super generalizing. Who gives a fuck about Christmas? Well, I get like presents and stuff. So is everyone who gets drunk on St. Patty's Day a secular Christian too? I mean, you're to an extent, yeah, right? Well, not for many people, St. Patty's Day isn't necessarily a religious holiday at all in any context. But sure, like, yeah, you're influenced by the culture of the religion. Yeah, for sure. 100%. That's multiculturalism. Like multicultural, you have all these like overlapping. Yeah, for sure. America is majority Christian, so like everyone gets Christmas off, like it's a federal holiday, but you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that getting that holiday off means that it's like something you believe in metaphysically. You can celebrate, but you are benefiting from the culture there if you get that goddamn holiday off, right? I'd argue Christmas isn't very religious the way most celebrate it either. That's my point, though. Whatever. We're moving past the scope of this conversation. How is intelligent religious person not an oxymoronic phrase? All right, dial it back. That's the kind of Reddit atheism that I don't associate with. You can be like principally opposed, even like militantly opposed to religion conceptually, but like we don't need to like pretend there aren't smart religious people, you know. So when I celebrate MLK Day, yes, that means you worship black people. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm putting the segment title here. Who doesn't celebrate Christmas? People who aren't culturally Christian for the most part. If Tucker gets arrested for his comments about the Iran war in Israel, parentheses, unlikely, would it be acceptable for leftists like us to defend him? Yes. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Well, you don't have to defend him, but you can make arguments against his arrest. Yeah. Tucker Carlson has said so many insane things. If he got arrested over being anti-Zionist, then that would be like, I don't know. You could say a lot about that. I saw Muslims in Lebanon put up Christmas trees. Yeah, there's a lot of Christian culture in Lebanon and in the Levant. It's the center of the Abrahamic religions. There's a lot of like the influence of Christendom over there. And Lebanon was like essentially a European colony for a while, so that probably also moved over a lot. If you want to understand how complicated this stuff gets culturally, and you have to think of it as a culture, not of like a religious doctrine. Look at Japan. Japan has a huge amount of colloquial, widespread Shinto infrastructure and belief day to day if people are religious, they tend to be Buddhist, but people have Christian marriages. You know? There's like a weird... It's complicated. It's just culture, man. They have Christmas too? Yeah. Aren't they usually Shinto Buddhist? I don't know. What are you asking, and in what way does it add to what I'm saying? Hold on.
What is happening in Texas? It's been nearly 2 weeks since the primary set up a runoff between these two men for the Republican nomination for Senate. One of those men is the incumbent Republican Senator John Cornyn, heads to a runoff against the Attorney General Ken Paxton. That runoff is supposed to be in June. But as soon as this primary happened 2 weeks ago, President Trump said he was going to endorse in the race. That has set up waves of speculation. Is he going to endorse Senator John Cornyn, who is seen by some as having a better chance to beat the Democrat James Tallarico? Again, this was 2 weeks ago, and nothing's happened. So why? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry. And so let's talk about the why here again, because they headed to a runoff. Trump said he was going to endorse. The world thought it was going to be John Cornyn, and then bupkis, as they say.
I also thought that it was going to be Cornyn. I don't understand why he's taking so long. I don't know why. You would think if Trump's endorsement has the potential to cause infighting, why would he save it for closer to the primary? Why wouldn't he get it out of the way? Yeah, some people are saying he might endorse both of them, which is insane, but I don't know. Wouldn't put it past him.
So in a general election, how do these two guys compare against the Democrat?
You know, President Trump, I believe, has said that he's not convinced necessarily that this gentleman on the right, John Cornyn, is more electable than this gentleman on the left, and Ken Paxton. And if you look at the polling data, it pretty much agrees at this situation. Look at this. Choice for Texas Senate. Tallarico, the Democrat, versus the GOP. Look at this. Tallarico versus Cornyn. It's a 1-point race. Tallarico versus Paxton. It's a 2-point race. In fact, in this particular poll, Paxton's actually polling 1 point better than Cornyn. But
most of the polls that I've seen have been the opposite, with Cornyn narrowly leading Paxton in their runoffs versus Tallarico.
The massive takeaway from this is that neither Republican seems to be more electable against James Tallarico than the other one.
That poll's from late January? Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Under President Trump isn't necessarily sold on the idea that either one is more electable, because either candidate at this point, whoever the GOP nominates, it looks like it's going to be a real race come the fall between James Tallarico, the Democrat, and, of course, whichever Republican gets that nomination.
And the conventional wisdom, and I put that in quotation marks, was that Cornyn is more electable. What have Cornyn's approval ratings been?
Yeah, I think that those who argue that John Cornyn is more electable may be living in the past, because just take a look at Cornyn's approval rating now versus when, of course, he was re-elected six years ago. Look at this. Cornyn's net approval rating in Texas. In October of 2020, according to the Texas Politics Project, he was about at even, 0 points. There were some polls that even had him higher than that. Look at where he is now, way down there at
What about Paxton's polling between 2020 and now?
Minus 13 points. John Cornyn's boat has taken on a whole heck of a lot of water, and that is a big reason why he is not running away against James Tallarico, because what you're essentially seeing here is that, in fact, you see that he is way underwater.
How about with specific groups, subgroups?
Yeah, what about specific subgroups? I mean, just take a look here. Cornyn's net approval rating in Texas, now versus October of 2020. Among Republicans, he's got a massive problem. Look at that, dropping by 29 points. But it's not just...
Well, I think the reason this is happening is because Republicans see Paxton as the favorite between them.
Just about the fact that the base has been running away from him. It's also among independents. Look at that, down by double digits as well. So what you see is John Cornyn has big problems, not just on the right, but the center electorate as well. And that is a big reason why, if he gets the nomination, it's going to be a fairly close race.
And this is a really interesting look at the prediction markets, how the prediction markets have looked at John Cornyn really over the last month.
Yeah, okay. So take a look over here. Take a look. Cornyn's chance to be the Texas GOP nominee for Senate. On March 3rd, he was just at 23%. Then the primary happens, right? And then there's this whole idea, these reports that, hey, maybe President Trump's going to endorse Cornyn. Look at that. through the roof, 85%. But now, as Trump is sat on the sidelines, look at that, back down to 60%, basically a jump ball. That's
the thing is, like, Trump's endorsement might not even be that relevant here in the general, because which Texas Republican wasn't going to vote for the Republican over the Democrat anyway? It's not like we're dealing with like low attention, you know, like a marginal race here. Like, everyone knows where the line is.
How much Donald Trump's endorsement would matter in this runoff. He goes to Cornyn, Cornyn's most likely going to win. He goes to Paxton, Paxton's most likely going to win. President Trump, the ball is in your court.
Yeah, people are linking more recent polling showing that Tallarico's actually up 2 points against both of them.
Despite Trump's demands to gut the filibuster, Senate Majority Leader John Thune and other top Republicans have rejected those calls. And now the president is holding up a critical endorsement in the Texas Senate GOP runoff as a result. Some Republicans, including Tom Tillis, are sounding off.
People on my side of the aisle and people at the far right of the political spectrum are trying
God, I hate performative Southerners so much. Nobody thinks this looks good. I hate it so goddamn much. Look at that.
Swing for the fences, and they're not going to succeed.
Trump seems to be holding up the Cornyn endorsement over this issue. Is that a mistake?
No, I think it is. I think the more time we spend millions of dollars with Republican on Republican violence, Democrats are in the marketing department loving the idea of a competitive runoff between Cornyn and Paxton. I get tired of Republicans being lazy and unstrategic.
All right, my panel is back. What do you make of this fight? Because Trump is ginning up this fight against his own party in a lot of ways, and a lot of these conservatives are going after the Senate Majority Leader as well. There's a bunch of social media posts from them going after John Thune, and he's saying, we don't have the votes, but Trump doesn't seem to listen.
Yeah, I think Trump thinks he can use the fact that Cornyn really wants his endorsement, the fact that Senate Republicans really want Trump to endorse Cornyn to push them to passing this legislation that is a top priority for him.
But they're not listening to him.
They're not, because again, it's the conflict.
Right.
Senate Republicans understand they want Trump on their side because they need him to win primaries. But they also understand that they then have to go and win general elections. Mm-hmm. And most Senate Republicans...
Really hard-hitting elections analysis from CNN panels here. All right, well, I wanted to see if there's any new info on the Paxton Cornyn debacle, but I've yet to see it. You know what I can't see, but I do feel? A full bladder. I think I need to go work on that. And after I get back, donos? I think we pretty much caught up, you know? Well, we'll see. I'm sure you guys will pitch me something. You. River, what are you up to? Been up here all stream. What are you up to? Escape. Escape. What's that? Ah, she's found a bug on the wall. What is that? A little fruit fly or something? Oh, she got it. Thank you for protecting me. The jacket is great, but feels undercut by the shorts. Yeah, I wouldn't wear the shorts out. The shorts are because it's comfy. Wade Voss, show me the sleeves. I want to know if my thrifted leather jacket is big or small. What do you mean the sleeves? Like how long they are when they're not folded up like this? When I'm standing straight with my arms down, they go to about the first knuckle of my thumb. Would beating the shit out of a jacket with a baseball bat break it in? Hell yeah, it would. You mean leather or like denim? Okay, it's definitely too small. Different jackets can fit in different ways. Is that comfy? This jacket? This jacket is super comfortable, yeah. Can I stretch it? I don't know what your jacket is made of. How would I know if you can stretch it? I don't know how it's constructed. I don't know if it's been pre-stretched. I don't know if it's unsamporized. I don't know anything. Oh, River, you trying to escape? You trying to escape? Get on out of here. Let's get out. Did you watch the Oscars? Nah, I don't give a shit about that. Seemed like it was pretty boring, too. Unsamforized? It means that it hasn't been washed and pre-shrunk, which can be an issue with cotton. You hear the new Ayatollah is gay? Me too. Got this leather jacket a few weeks ago. This bomber? Nice. Thursday makes good stuff. What brand is that jacket? Imogene Willie. Did you see the Mamdani drama? The Mom drama? Terrible outfit at the Oscars? I saw Kevin O'Leary's outfit, which was disgusting. Oh yeah, this one. Oh, this Mamdani drama is old. The Palestinian guy calling out to him? That's from months and months ago. Yeah, I saw this. Long for a time when our elites had some sense of taste. At least then they could be inspirational in that respect. What the fuck is this? He's showing off like a super expensive baseball card and 2 expensive watches. He looks like he's wearing a weird gimmick bathrobe. I don't know. It's disgusting. And he's disgusting. You should get leather shorts. Like Rick Owens ones? Rick Owens leather shorts. Yeah, there we go. I feel like the women's one has a better cut. Yeah, here we go. Geth wide leg leather shorts. Off Mr. Porter, it's 50% off, down to an affordable $915. Yeah, cheap. How do you feel about Alpha Industries jackets and All Saints jackets? I don't really care for All Saints as a brand, but Alpha Industries, those were the people that made the original M1A bombers. Now they just make them for the civilian market. So Alpha Industries jackets are still the real deal. I kind of like them. Nice, Uves. Summarizing a point, Richard Bonerballs? Those are not for sunny weather? No, they're not. They look pretty good here. Like, this fit looks good, obviously. I don't know how like widely applicable or widely usable these are. I just bought these Dickies double knee work pants. These are classics, super classics. Classic pants. Yeah, hard to go wrong with them. Argentina got accepted into the Hormuz coalition. Really? Afuera. Yeah, it looks all right. With what Navy? Yeah, I don't think they're going to be doing very much. All right. Do. Ba 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 ba. Bought this jacket for my trip to London. Flannel lined waxed Hudson jacket. Oh, that looks nice. So it's like the Barber jacket, essentially. That's the, yeah, it looks like the Flint and Tinder version of a Barber jacket. Pretty inexpensive right now, too. Only $184 for something like this, like a lined heavy wax jacket. That's good. It's on sale. I guess it's on sale because we're exiting winter, so people aren't going to be wearing this for much longer. Now, that's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I don't have a jacket like this. I don't really have a heavy lined winter jacket, you know? I keep going to Western wear, but Western wear only has a couple of things that really qualify as winter clothes, and not all of them are super practical. You should get a down coat. I am a fan of these. Fuck, what's the brand? What's the brand? It's Feather Rocky Mountain Bed Christie jacket. I think I remembered enough of that. I remembered enough of it that the no, it's Rocky Mountain Featherbed Christie jacket. I'm a big fan of this collaboration they did with Buck Mason a while ago, though unfortunately they no longer have this stuff for sale. But they have this really nice shearling collar, suede yoke puffer jacket that I'm quite fond of. Just like the cowboy stuff. I don't know what you want. I think this looks really good. You could make that work with quite a few outlets or outfits. Do you like any contemporary clothing? Well, give me a definition. Most contemporary clothing is just a particular style of heritage clothing, you know, like jeans. What's that? Interested in the Firefly reboot? No, I've never seen Firefly. Hot Pot of Genres, thank you for the $5. Yeah, we are giving China a lot of leeway. Josh by Gosh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Cynthia Rose, thank you for the $10. American oil is trading at 88, suspicious, to $94 a barrel. The UAE, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia are selling for $115 to $150 a barrel. Yeah, they're closer to the situation, and they're more directly affected by it. Eventually, the real physical market over here in the West will catch up. But right now, man, people are nothing ever happens posting like fucking crazy. We're back down to 93.57 right now in the oil futures, you know? A spectacular decrease. I mean, still 50% higher than, still almost double what it was a couple of months ago. But yeah, right now people are just very committed to the belief that this is all going to smooth over. Like streetwear? Do you like any of that? I don't really want to wear streetwear, no. I mean, I think it looks good on other people. I think that when pulled off well, oftentimes ladies look very nice in it. That being said, I do think that, unfortunately, a lot of streetwear is not very interesting to me because a lot of it is athleisure aligned, which means that everything is built to like maximize comfy, roomy nothingness with no distinct silhouette. I have seen really good silhouettes constructed in streetwear, but oftentimes it feels like you just have the oversized tee and the gigantic cropped hoodie and then the giant sweats that like collapse and stack on top of the big poofy sneakers. And I don't know, I'm not interested in how formless it often looks, but I have seen people do wonderful stuff. So it's very dependent, you know, very dependent. I look at YouTube chat for a second. A streamer egotistical, say it ain't so. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do this time? Korean streetwear often does look very good. Black culture is global, man. Sake, thank you for the super kind 10 tier 1 subs. Somehow I expected the message to be, we're testing our new texting message service or become a member today. Not only, oh, I see. You're beefing with Progressive Victory. I see. I'm not enabling this. Okay, you two need to hug it out. Haven't heard ICANN has cheeseburger language in like a decade plus. All right, Sake. Like you're one to criticize other people for being corny. Don't quit putting me in the middle of you two, okay? Just touch tips and get it over with. Christ. Dweller9, thank you for the tier 1 sub. As a former practicing Catholic, their view on the second coming is there's no evidence that it's coming now, but if it is, just live a moral life. Yeah, Catholics are way more chill than evangelicals when it comes to doomsday prophesizing. 100%. Dude, this jacket's gotten so comfortable. Oh my God. Whoa. I can do this now. Whoa. That's a pretty far stretch though for a slim jacket. Sleep in it? I will sleep in it. Maybe. One day. Got an OG 107 in great condition a few days ago. Nice! Love a good MG 107. Vosh, I found the jacket. It's called the Wilson's Leather Pell Studio. But what do you want me to do with this information? What am I supposed to do with that? I'm helpless over here. I don't know. Enjoy the trivia? No, that's fair. That's fair. Sintis, thank you for the $25 yesterday. Vosh, Kat Abagazale has a message for you. Also, keep up the good working. I saw it. I saw the goddamn thing. Thank you. Wait, can I stretch it? Yes, that. Okay. You can stretch leather, but whether or not an item has already been stretched kind of determines how much more room there is in its potential stretch. You know? You don't know if it's already been stretched, but you can stretch leather. And also, it doesn't stretch that much. It's more about breaking it in to make it soft and giving it a little bit more roominess. It's not about, like, really expanding the size of it, you know? Jackie, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Dubai, more like goodbye housing market. God, I hope. Samfan155, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. And Edie Gams, thank you for the $10. Hey, my bad dog, I forgot to donate when I gave you all that info on the ships you were asking about the other day. Oh, you don't need to donate to provide me information. I enjoyed you providing the information in chat. I just didn't have the time to go through everything, you know? I'm sort of balancing my own thirst for knowledge with the knowledge that I have to entertain and hold the attention of a lot of people, you know? Kowalski, thanks for the $5. Nebraska's lost an area the size of Rhode Island to the flames. 0% contained. Yeah. Ever since you brought my attention to it, I've seen some stuff about it on social media because Palantir has been picking up on the, you know, on the airwaves. I can't believe there isn't more conversation about this. This massive heat wave is, I assume, the responsible for it. 700,000 acres. State of emergency. Jesus. Uves, thank you for the 20 bucks. Behold your guiding beacon of style as you get older. Edward Gorey. Not quite mine, but he does look fantastic. I like the fisherman sweater. There are a lot of okay, unironically, and this is my like pitch, one of the best reasons to get into clothes is that it's how you stay hot and stylish even as you get older. Like, it's easy to coast on your face and your body when you're 20 or 30, but when you're 40, 50, 60, 70, most of your life you will be like old relative to how old you are right now, assuming you live a long life, which of course I hope for all of you. You want to have a nice, sense of self-presentation that carries you through that. Drip ages very well, yeah. I'm dying tomorrow? Well, then I wouldn't recommend getting into fashion. Not to say it's a waste of your time or anything, but, I recommend donating, yeah. Hit that recurring sub button. Thank you, thank you. Labrack Time, thanks for the $2. I've not played any Crash Bandicoot games, I'm afraid. Ilorm Basto, thank you. Likewise. Peyton LeBrant and Star Pilot, thank you for the $5. Both. How are we today, Vosh? I'm doing good. I feel good today. What should I do if a metal zipper on a very expensive leather jacket I have has failed and pops open in the middle? I mean, do you mean like, what do you do immediately? Yeah, it does depend on how it's failed, but like you can bring it to a tailor potentially to have it fixed. I don't know the details on that. Ideally though, like a zipper should not fail. A zipper shouldn't fail. Nowadays, everyone's used to these shitty plastic zippers, but like a good, strong, sturdy YKK zipper should not fail. Keep it strong. Paul K, thank you for the 10 bucks. Can you start referring to the war in Iran as the war for Israel? I'm trying to get that in for the zeitgeist. Unfortunately, it's not helpful because it describes too many things. The war for Israel describes a significant number of prior and future conflicts. So, gonna have to stick to the Iran one on this one. Abdullah Nasser, thank you for the two $10 donos. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Bahrain is the weak link because the royal family is Sunni and we, the majority of the public, are Shia. Shia are essentially second-class citizens, so they're worried they'll lose their power. I really hope you're right, Vosh. I'm a practicing ENT surgeon over here and my salary doesn't even break $2,500. Damn. We've been dealing with this shit since the 80s and it's getting very bad. God damn. Okay, well, hold on. You don't need to be donating to me if you're a Bahraini surgeon who doesn't make that much. You don't need to be doing all that. You can... Sheesh. I mean... I hope it pans out, but unfortunately, in the immediate future, like, destabilization is probably the most likely. It's gonna get worse before it can even potentially get better. Red Baron, thanks the two two-pound donos. Do narcissists feel shame? Yes, overwhelmingly. They do, yeah. They do not. Narcissists don't feel good about themselves at all. But they the way they reflect it or express it is often toxic, right? But they feel shame all the time. It kind of drives their behavior, actually. Chris, thank you for the 10 bucks. I don't deny the doomsday evangelical cult exists. It just seems really insincere to me. I think so, yeah. I think that, like, well, there's varying degrees of sincerity. I think most of the people in government think that it's insincere. But keep in mind also that if you're crazy enough to think that you're bringing about the end of the world, you're probably also crazy enough to think that you're getting into heaven, no matter how evil you are, right? Like, this is an irrational worldview. It's not just irrational at the top level where, like, the world ends. It's irrational in every supporting pillar leading up to that point, So a lot of these people do think they're good, godly people. A lot of Christians do not act as though they believe in a hell. You know what I mean? Like, they say they believe in a hell, but they act like there's nothing waiting for them on the other side. That's negative, at least. So, I mean, is it hypocritical or insincere? Yeah, but also a lot of people are just fucking crazy. And unfortunately, they also, like, control the world. Diego B and Ben Riley, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. When do we get to the point where the American empire loses its colonies? You mean like Guam or whatever? Or Puerto Rico? It's not really a colony, I guess, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I guess what you mean is like, when do we when does the rest of the world no longer operate like a vassal state of the United States? Like, when does the United Kingdom, Germany, France, so on and so forth, when do they all stop acting like we're in charge? And I think that the answer to that is, who knows? It probably comes down to like, at what point does the capital class bail? Like, when do they jump ship? When do the very wealthy, not just them, but the industries they represent, when do they go like, okay, America is no longer a suitable vessel for imposing soft power on the world. We tried soft power, we've tried hard power, it's not working, we need to jump ship. It's probably going to be that point, because unfortunately, I think that those countries, France, Germany, and so on, are completely beholden to us because we share a capital class. It's not two separate capital classes competing. There are not like a bunch of European investors who are seething every time their leaders do something that appeals to us. It's the same fundamental group. European investors invest in American corporations. American corporations have businesses in Europe, you know? Did you hear what happened in Cuba? Yeah, I heard. They'll jump to China? Maybe. Maybe. The cross-Atlantic capital relationship is the product of decades of careful planning on their part, you know? Basically, think of the capital. This is why people say the Epsteinite class, and it's such a good term. Epstein's financial and cultural authority extended where? America first, then Israel, pretty closely linked there, Western Europe, and the Arab states, the Gulf states. That was where Epstein's authority existed. How much in China? Very little. How much even in Latin America? Very little. In Russia, very little. These groups are referred to externally. They're referred to as like their outside forces. But for American, Israeli, and Western European cultural power and the Gulf states, that's an internal, you know? No, Russia was not very little. Russian oligarchs were part of it too, at least till Putin did his big funny in 2022. Yeah, I think there's an element of truth to that. I don't think that Epstein ever acted or felt like he had strong control or strong ties with the Russian oligarchs. I think some Russian oligarchs were pretty heavily connected. But it's probably shifted away now. Yeah, probably shifted away now. Jesus JK90 and Pixel Booty, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Lots of opinions, little knowledge. Thank you for the €5. Because of Epstein's best friend, paid $8.71 per gallon for diesel in Austria. Jesus. Yeah. Emish, thank you for the $10. I answered that while we were live. Master of Flop, thank you for the €12. Man, I know you're not a fan of bikes, but you could infiltrate a biker gang with that jacket. It's not a biking jacket. It's a trucker jacket. Trucker jacket, like the Levi's Type 2. See, we have pleats right here that are theoretically meant to be cut to expand the jacket, but in practice, people don't tend to do that. You know, it's whatever, it's fine. Also, by the way, and you all should know, okay? I think that motorcycles, at least some types of bikes, are pretty cool. The thing is, the bikes that I like are like old clunky cargo bikes and Vespas. I think they're cool because I think that they are slow enough and high utility enough that you could integrate them into an urban landscape in a non-destructive way. What I dislike is the biker culture of fuck my muffler, I'm going to zoom at full speed and drift between lanes in a tunnel and give everyone in the tunnel like fucking shockwave damage that destroys their ears, you know? A lot of bikers are obnoxious, self-centered fucks, and it's a very, very, very dangerous way of getting around, okay? That's what I dislike. But if you had people, when I was in Barcelona, a bunch of people there were on mopeds and cargo bikes and Vespas and stuff, and they were fine. They weren't super loud. They went at a responsible speed. They were chill. The people there were just normal people. They weren't like these weird, like hyper masculine, insecure LARPer types or whatever with the you know, the specific outfits or whatever. They're just like normal people, you know? I won't fall for this Catalonian propaganda. Fuck you. Embrace the embrace the Barcelonan Vespa pill. See, I think this looks quite nice. Cute. That's a scooter, not a bike. Deal with it. You would make a Vespa look tiny. I have seen larger bikes or scooters or whatever you prefer. I've seen some larger ones that are kind of blocky. I don't actually know what the term is for them. Sure, love. I will. I'm 49 and balding. No drip will help. The Dude Show, I'm not going to lie. I find this attitude detestable, okay? You've been around for like 20 years more than me, and you still have this kind of self-esteem? Come on. Most guys are balding at 50. Unless they've specifically had treatments otherwise. It's fucking fine. I promise you the difference between a person who's balding 50 and stylish and balding 50 and not stylish is massive. But if you have a resigned attitude, you know, like you're like, oh, well, there's nothing I can do. That's probably true. Like you could read that off a person. You can tell when somebody's given up on presenting themselves. You have to believe. You have to believe. New Labour, New Danger 42. Thank you for the £10. Been getting involved with the UK Green Party and even met Zach Polanski and Gordon Denton. The UK may be dying, but we're still going to fight. Look, the Green Party is the biggest, like, window of hope the UK has had in quite a time. So I really am rooting for them. And I intend to cover their rise more as we get into the broader elections, you know? Victorious Gardenasaurus, thank you for the $5. Epstein class limits the bad actors to those associated with Epstein. They are, have been, and always will be the ruling class. Yeah, but ruling class is really, really ambiguous to a lot of people. Like, the ruling class can also refer to different things. I like the Epstein class because what we're really talking about isn't just, like, the people in charge, but also this seemingly inexplicable union of financial, business, industrial, and cultural and academic relationships that all seem to congregate around like, well, this is how the world really works and we're in charge and we can do whatever we want. But they're not necessarily like every person in government, you know? I think it refers to a sinister relation between people in power, more so than it does the actual people in power themselves. Also, it's just kind of evocative, you know? And Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Not to do a whole aesthetic Olympics thing, but it is nice to see attractive, charismatic people who actually believe their rhetoric running like Cat. For sure, 100%, yeah. I mean, people are, to an extent, like people are shallow, so it's good to have attractive people running. But also, it's nice to, I don't know. There is a vitality in people like Kat or Mamdani, right? You take a look at the people in charge in the White House and in Congress, and they're all like decrepit, they're dying, they're ghouls, they're blob people. And there is like an important juxtaposition there between that and people who are just so evidently alive, you know, energetic. I agree. It's always Sunni in Bahrain, missed opportunity. I'll be sure to let the person getting bombed to hit it better next time. I'll be sure to. Did you cover Greg Bavino resigning? No, I'm just learning about this now, but not surprising. I mean, fucking Noam has been kicked out, right? It makes sense the other person associated with the failure in Minneapolis would be kicked out. Or, sorry, to retire. Yeah, no. Put out the pasture. YouTuber Tom Scott is returning to weekly uploads after a 2-year hiatus. Ooh. Nice. I like Tom Scott. I think everyone does.
And then on Ireland, you've talked about the the importance of self-determination and international law. Do you support a united Ireland?
It's funny. Wow. I got to be honest, I haven't thought enough on that question. I have to say, though, that I am incredibly appreciative of the privilege to lead a city where Irish Americans have played such a critical role in this city. We know that when it comes to the building of this city, the skyscrapers that pierce the clouds, the tunnels that carve through bedrock, so much of that was built by Irish hands. And when we celebrate,
People have got to stop acting like he's the Secretary of State, man. Come on. What do you expect him to say as mayor of New York City? Yeah, I here's my incredibly controversial position that's not widely supported across the UK or even Northern Ireland. You know, massive implications, like, come on, let him breathe a bit, man. Let him focus on the mayorship stuff.
Irish Americans, we also celebrate the solidarity that they have brought, as well as the people of Ireland have brought to the world. And it's a solidarity that means a lot to people in this city, and I also know it means a lot to people across the world.
All right, got time for...
It is funny. And yes, I saw Hassan's suit at the Vanity Fair Oscars party red carpet, which is, it's funny. You know, he's doing like the Maoist third worldist bit. Very funny. I will say, though, for people who don't believe in the importance of drip, I am mentally projecting a poorly fitting... One sec. Okay, sorry, OBS got mad at me for a sec. I am mentally projecting a poorly fitting business suit onto Hassan Piker right now, and he actually looks like ass. Like, Hassan is 6'4", handsome, and he's muscular, but the style does so much for him, right? If he was just wearing an ill-fitting suit, he would look so mediocre. The fit is important. There's no body that you can get that allows you to ignore it. It's an art form. It's giving Japanese high schooler. He does look a little bit like a 1980s Japanese bancho, don't you think? Like the kind of the ones who slouch like this and they're like, "Hey!" You know, like that. JoJo character? Well, that's what Jotaro was. He was that was the archetype that he was. Pelvic thrust in the pompadour. He does need a pompadour, yeah. Yeah. The tiger of East Middle School. He do be looking good. He do be looking good, yeah. Well, I think I'm just about on the way out. I've got to help my beautiful partner make some chicken. Before I do that, though, let me see. Any other clothing-related stuff on my feed? What do I see? What do I see? Anything I can have an opinion on? No, I don't see anything. I think we're clear then. Hard pivot to fashion and leather content. Why does the leather have to be its own category? It's just another material that you make clothes with. I really wish I had some good graphic tees. I have like 2. Now that's a good t-shirt with a suit fit. Ah, man. This is such a good fit right here. Look at that. Look at that. That looks really, really, really good. Big, full cut chinos. Little ringer tee. No, it's a good fit. Oh, whoops. That's a different thing. Is the ping pong paddle included? Could be. Oh, Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Speaking of, how can you get mad at PB for using outdated meme terminology, Sake? How could you? How could you? I'm here on the stream of Voshvi, and the date is April 16th, 2029, and something amazing is about to happen. Did I do that? Was that good? I haven't heard a Tom Scott video in a while, but that's... I feel like I... Did I say 2029? I fucked it up. Well, I guess it's going to happen in the future now, too. Well, that's not his voice at all? Really? I feel like that was a little bit recognizable, in my opinion. Whatever. All right, I'm getting out of here. See you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Drink water.